anti-corruption advocate with a distinguished career spanning academia, public service, and civil society. He began his work as an expert trainer in governance and the fight against corruption, later expanding into academia as a lecturer at private law, and more recently in ethics and professional conduct. He has previously served on the board of directors and as programs officer at Transparency International in Senegal, where he actively contributed to civil society efforts against corruption. During this period, Job also played a key role in drafting premier legislative text on asset declarations, conflicts of interest, and political party financing. We also invite Job on the stage. And Professor Diop mostly use French, so definitely encourage everyone to use the headsets. I will try to chip in and make it easy for you, but I think also it should be fine if you use the headsets. Yeah. And then our third panelist is Chinasa T. Okolo, who is a fellow at the Brookings institution and a recent computer science PhD graduate from Cornell University. Her research focuses on AI governance for the global majority, datafication and algorithmic marginalization, and the socioeconomic impact of the data work. Dr. Okolo has been recognized as one of the world's most influential people in AI by Time, honored in inaugural Forbes Under 30 AI list, and advises numerous multinational institutions, national governments, corporations, and nonprofits. In addition to her work at Brookings, Dr. Okolo serves as a drafting member of the Nigerian National AI Strategy, a consulting expert with the African Union, AI content strategy. So we've got a lot of people to talk about governance today. May I also invite her on the panel as well? All right, and we also have Desmond, who is an associate professor in the University of the Western Cape, South Africa. He's also an adjunct professor at the University of Strathmore Law School, Nairobi, an independent consultant with the World Intellectual Property Organization, that's WIPO, and which capacity he tutors in WIPO's Academy distance learning program, and supervises postgraduate research in the WIPO and African University Zimbabwe joint masters in program. Desmond is a South African National Research Foundation rated researcher C2 and a Queen Elizabeth Scholar in Canada. He is an associate editor of the South African IP Law Journal and African Journal of Legal Studies. Desmond is part of several high-level international academic networks of researchers, consultants, advocates, and academics. He also actively offers expert advice on national IP law and post-reforms processing across Africa. Also invite Desmond on the panel. Oh, Jacob, sorry about that. All right, and then
Finalement, il y a Monsieur le Docteur Mugambi Laibuta. J'espère que j'ai bien prononcé votre nom. C'est donc Monsieur le Docteur Mugambi Laibuta qui est conseiller dans le cours d'Afrique. Il est spécialiste de protection de données en Afrique. Il a plus de 15 ans d'expérience comme avocat. Il a terminé son doctorat à l'université de Witwatersrand, où il a fait des recherches sur données privées et de protection des données.
Constitutionalism, legislative drafting, digital rights, internet and technology law, privacy and data protection. You know, what a mix. He teaches legal writing and legislative drafting at Kenya School of Law. Dr. Ibuta is the chairperson of the Data Privacy and Governance of Kenya. Welcome, Dr. Ibuta. All right, now that the whole entire panel of 5 is composed, we'll proceed. I would just give a background of this panel specifically. That it's titled "Contextualizing AI Regulatory Approaches in Africa," and together with the panelists, we agreed via email exchange that we've most probably attended a lot of AI meetings so recently, including the Global AI Summit in Africa, and the discussions always framed the governance structures in very broad terms, and what we promised each other to do on the panel is that we want to dive deep into now the substantive elements of when we talk about governance frameworks. What do we talk about? What are potential provisions that would be laid down? So, and we want then to draw down from these broader frameworks of governance now to more specific elements that should be included in these frameworks. So without any delay, I will pose a introduction question to everyone, and you might want to, in any positioning, go first or last. But as the AI becomes more embedded in African societies, we've seen, for example, in Rwanda, we just launched an AI legal assistant for the judges. So it's helping to draft that first zero draft for the judges as a decision, and then what they do is a second layer of now interrogating the sources and try to do a more comparative analysis that is more human oversighted. But we can see that more African societies are really embedding AI systems. But so what one principle or value do you believe must be at the heart of any regulatory framework? If you just had to mention only one. All right, so maybe you...
Since I'm closer to you, I could go first, and I'm right-handed, so let me see if I'll get this to work. So I think the overall principle is designing with context in mind. And I think that's why everybody who comes here refers to Kenya's strategy, and then you're talking about Rwanda's strategy. Because if you design with context in mind, it means you're addressing things that are relevant to you, to the people, and to the context within which the AI strategy or the AI policy or governance is being designed. It is designing with context in mind that you'll be able to identify what your priorities are. There are many things. Melissa said earlier on that AI is a tool. She never forgets to emphasize this. It means you want to use this tool in a context. So over and above all, I think context in mind is number one for me.
Yeah. So design with the context. All right. So, Prof.
Merci. Thank you very much, our moderator. Just to respond to your question, allow me to say thank you to everybody and encourage the Strathmore University and their center for organizing this second COSAA conference. And, you've really given us time to address this important question. You are right. In the declaration of Rwanda, it is something that is helping the judicial framework in IA. But allow me to give a context. IA is expanding in Africa, and it is an opportunity for Africa to take in terms of development. In projection, I think IA could generate 2,000 more than $2,600, and this is important for Africa to take its to play its role in AI. Before moving on to your subject on that question, we need to talk about the contextualizing of AI, especially in regulatory approaches. We need to interrogate this question. We need to have there's Rabelais, a well-known French author, who said, historically, he has a phrase, the conscience comes from our soul. That I think Rabelais wanted us to understand through this citation that, science should be used for scientific development. This is also valid for Africa's development, because we need to integrate AI into ethical approaches. So this is important within our conference in interrogating AI. We need to think of the ethical context so that we, think of AI in a responsible manner. In regard to your question on the value of AI, the regulations have already taken this into account. For us who are working in the legal domain, we think of this when in terms of laws that are going to be implemented by the parliaments, and we also need to think about it in the judicial framework. It is also important that beyond that regulatory framework, we have these practices. Ethics is very important in African jurisdiction. This is a way of behaving, based on values. So in regulations of AI, ethics come into play, and this is why we take into account this in African communities, which are different from other societies. Africa is marked with what we could call, in reality, its specifics, that solidarity, the sense of intergenerational unity. So these are things that we should take into account when we are working on AI. It should be based on African beliefs in a general way. Thank you.
But also this unified approach to it. I think then we get back to it in the details. But next, thank you.
All right, awesome. So thank you everyone for your attention, and very happy to be here. And thank you to CPIP for the invitation. So I actually had a great conversation during the break with a student in the audience, and I would say my word would be sovereignty. And this is because we've seen particularly how geopolitics, as you can tell by my accent, I'm based in the U.S. Particularly, the current administration have basically affected many issues around the world, particularly in Africa. And for example, I just learned that Kenya has a lot of health data that's stuck in the U.S. because of the USAID closure. And so I think as we try to, understand these intertwinings of data and how they're used to train AI systems, and then also even funding mechanisms for AI development and research, I think that African governments must center sovereignty at the heart of basically any AI policy or framework or strategy to avoid some of these issues being perpetuated as well.
Yeah. Yes. For me, I agree about context, but I think my theme, when we talk about context, my theme should be actually empowerment, empowering the people within that context. Africa is burgeoning with a growing, increasing number of data scientists and innovators. So whatever regulatory framework that is developed, contextually, should be able to empower the data scientists and innovators to produce African-focused, African-relevant, African-centered data sets, and also empower African people to take advantage of, that innovation for their well-being, for their betterment. I mean, as discussion goes on, I will speak from an IP perspective, what that kind of regulatory framework should be like.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thank you. So for me, it's accountability. I think we can have all these frameworks, we can talk about ethics, but to what extent are they applied? And one of the things with accountability is that it's something that we deflect, because if you look at the AI chains of supply, so from the previous session, I was just taking notes. The question of who is accountable, for example, for the technology, for the hardware, who produces the hardware? One of the questions is these chips. I mean, we talk about GPUs, how many of them, is Africa even within that ecosystem of that chains of supply? The thing is that we are not. When you talk about data centers, who is to bring them up? I mean, one of my clients, we had a conversation on this, and they asked, do we have a server room or a data center? And this server room that we have, are we going to use it for this AI? Something else is the issue, who is accountable for the software and platform development? I think we have a lot of techies here, and how many of them are using environments that are African-based? I think all the environments that you're using for this AI are environments that we have imported from somewhere. Then there is the issue of governance and ethics, the issue of end users. I mean, you come to my village, so I'm a tea farmer, and you come, you say, we are bringing AI. One of the things, like, I give this example. So in my village, we grow tea. And a lot of it, some people came and said, call it fair trade. But when you ask the question, how did you determine that it's fair trade? It's somebody who came and put a sticker and said, from now on, you guys are fair trade. Of course, we agree because it means our tea goes somewhere else. Then I think something has been mentioned is the geopolitical issues. Do we even have the infrastructure or the power to sit at the table and determine the geopolitical questions? I believe we don't, but I stand to be corrected because also we don't have a unified approach. Then all these initiatives, who funds them? I think it's well to say, the judiciary, the fisher folks are using AI to look at trends of fish going, the trends of the fish, or something to do with agriculture or the pastoralists. But you find that the accountability is to the person with the purse who is funding the development and the deployment of this. So what about now, the farmer or the person out there? Then when we talk about, I think, a lot have been talked about the issue of this data center. So I was just doing some research. And of course, when you look at it, is a small data center for AI costs around $500,000 to $5 million. A medium one, $10 million to $50 million. Another one, if it's hyperscale, is $100 million to $1 billion. So even if you say people making an announcement in a forum and say, by the way, I'm investing in data centers, then you look at the maths, you're like, okay, there is something that doesn't make sense. Then lastly is to talk about the people who have the chains of supply, the hardware and the software. There are people called lobbyists who are watering down any initiative to regulate, and not just in Kenya, this is around the world, whether in the US, whether in South America, there are these lobbies. So at the end of the day is that who will be accountable? And where are we becoming accountable? And is it beneficial to be accountable? And one of the things, so I was reading about the history of ChatGPT and OpenAI, and one of the things they did is they did away with the safety. I mean, a few years ago, they did away with the safety function. So people who were in the safety and risk function, basically that function was dissolved. So then the issue comes, then how do we deal with this? Who is going to be accountable for this thing that we are developing?
Thank you so much. I mean, so across the panel, it's a lot of themes of accountability. As a lawyer, I thought you would very quickly touch on liability and other things as you did. So, but also sovereignty and then context. And I will dive more deep into what we mean when we say context. Because as a practitioner, when you are commissioned by the government of Rwanda, for example, we came up with the national AI policy, and one of the experiences we had to face was to balance between this context that we keep talking about on the other side of AI, which is now more of harmonization, interoperability, and so forth. So it's really a delicate balance to keep, because you want to work with wide systems, powerful systems that can be trained on massive continent data instead of specific Kenya-Rwanda language, for example. So I think we'll dive into that. So just back to Louise, now that you're closer to me. You've had the chance to see inclusive AI initiatives take root in many corners of the continent through, of course, your IDRC's work. Are there any patterns or models emerging that make you pause and say, this could really shape how we regulate AI in Africa?
Thank you once again, Michael. So let me just come back to my work at IDRC. And earlier on, we said that the program I work for is called Artificial Intelligence for Development. So it means we are trying to look at how can you apply artificial intelligence in various sectors of development, education, and all the areas that we were talking about here. So that means that we also try and explore what would we mean by inclusion. And one of the frameworks that we are still grappling with is trying to use responsible. And when you use responsible, it's a big one that needs to be unpacked. And if you look at literature, look at other contexts, responsible means different things to different people. So we continue to explore what exactly would inclusion be. So number one, inclusion is really critical to the work that we are doing. And we come from the perspective of, it's an understanding that I think everybody shares here, that AI has the positive impact and the negative that needs to be managed. And they manifest in a number of ways. The specific areas that we have tried to work in terms of inclusive artificial intelligence or inclusive, ethical, responsible, all these things, those values of artificial intelligence include health, education, climate sustainability, adaptation, and resilience. So we try to work in those in many areas. And having worked there are a lot of elements that require regulation. And my understanding of regulations are two things. I think there's a third one. The first one is, how do you promote the use of artificial intelligence in this space? We keep on saying that artificial intelligence is here, that's number one, and that it provides us with other opportunities that maybe we previously did not have. So regulations need to promote artificial intelligence. The second element of regulations is, how do you mitigate the harms? So I look at regulations not as putting a stop, but having those functions of how do you promote, but at the same time, how do you mitigate? Now take health, for example. This is already a sensitive area, generally. So we try to look at how do you scale AI innovations in a way that you're not going while there are already innovations that have been identified, how do you promote them in a way that you don't harm the people who use them? You don't make the situation worse for them. I'll take an example. It's one of my favorite examples in health, and this comes from Jacaranda. And Jacaranda Health is one that I think is very well known, particularly in Kenya. And it's a maternal health application. So I think it's a question and answer thing. And the issues that were coming up here are the misinterpretation of Swahili. So somebody asks a question, mtoto anacheza in Kiswahili. Kucheza can mean a lot of things. It could mean you're playing outside. Is the child playing outside? But in actual sense, what it means is, are you feeling the baby moving in your stomach?
Oh, I see.
So if you misinterpret things like that, you're going to cause trouble for maternal health. So how do you manage things like that? Another work that has been done by Strathmore is around, it's a research on the labor space, and the labor issues is another thorny space that you need to be careful if you're looking at, if you're promoting AI, but at the same time you're trying to manage the ethical issues. One is job displacement in the African context. So when I mentioned that we need to develop policies with context in mind, if in Africa or in Kenya specifically, you have all of these young people who are looking for jobs. Many of them are now getting out of the countries to try and find jobs elsewhere. If AI is going to displace or change the jobs, what exactly does that mean? So these are some of the elements. And then the other famous labor issue is one that now is in YouTubes and is written all over, is the kind of work environments that people who are labeling data go through. So you see, there's lots in this space that need regulations, once again, on how do you promote, but at the same time, how do you mitigate? So those kind of gives a number of areas that need to be regulated. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. And so the delicate balance of, that these regulations should promote, but also should be able to calm down or mitigate any risks. And this really, I think, plays out for me in my daily work when it comes to the practical involvement of the government. So, when I joined the ministry, I was very excited, off the school, and my first task was to try to onboard as many as possible, many AI solutions that would be able to help, for example, the Ministry of Justice and the whole entire justice sector in Rwanda. And that was a great task to have. But when I jumped into the role, then I realized how had was actually to onboard only one solution, because we had a benchmark of questions and other litmus tests that we had to pass. And so the question becomes, when you have young entrepreneurs and startups trying to, propose a lot of solutions, AI solutions, but on the back end they exactly don't know what we have to first double check. So, for example, one of the solutions, when we onboarded it, we started learning that it was hallucinating with the judge. So it would, for example, propose an existent case law. It would propose wrong provisions, and we had to go back and ask the developers, do you want to open this black box? I want to know how what kind of data did you use to train? But these are questions that came later when we started learning. And now what Rand is adopting is really that delicate positioning that you have to, want to promote, want to be, a government is very friendly that invites all the startups come in. But after that, then we need to check with these solutions. Do they meet specific values? I think what troubles me to this state is, how do you now translate all these high-level values, responsible use, transparency, trustworthy, all these words, how do you translate them into practical applicability when you're dealing with an AI developer turned on the across table? So, thank you so much to propose that framework, and I think many governments are going that direction. Now, second questions to Dr. Okolo. You've written powerfully about how algorithms can quietly marginalize entire communities. How do we guard against African regulatory frameworks unintentionally repeating those same global exclusion patterns, especially when they often come packaged as neutral? And we've seen many of them so far. It's quite hard lessons that we're trying to learn, but yeah.
Yeah, great question, thank you. And so I would say it's really, focusing and supporting research that basically, I would say, exposes these issues and also critically studies them and addresses them in ways that, I'd say, policymakers can ensure that they're integrated for or accounted for in these frameworks. And so, for example, I have a book chapter that's coming out on algorithmic marginalization, and it focuses on these micro-lending or loan apps. And it's funny because on the way here from the airport, I saw an advertisement for Tala that said, "Oh, we're actually not going to call your contacts if you default on a loan," which is very interesting. And I think that also because we know that M-Pesa and other mobile money operators have also gone into microlending, and just knowing the regulatory environment around M-Pesa and how basically we still haven't necessarily seen regulation or policies catch up to it, even so many years later now. I think we also really have to understand how we can ensure that policymakers can create adaptive and be adaptive, to the changing environment of technologies, whether they be AI focused, quantum computing focused, and others as well. And then again, just really supporting this research so we can actually know of the harms. And I think it's good that we've seen a lot of publicity on issues around data labeling, content moderation. But again, there's so many issues, particularly within the African context, when it comes to these technological harms that we still really have to focus on to ensure that we can build these robust policies.
Thank you so much. And also what I noticed just from Dr. Kolo is that we are very much, fast-paced, so we are trying to leave behind the translators, so we might want to slow down.
Oh, sorry.
No problem at all. So to Prof. Diop, and I had an agreement that I would just pose my question in English and they can answer in French so that we include everyone. So, Prof, from your work in governance and anti-corruption, what safeguards absolutely must be built into AI regulation to prevent abuse, especially when governments are using AI tools?
Yes, you bring up a very important aspect, preventing abuses used to the use of AI. According to my experience, there are several practices that could be shared with you in terms of prevention of these risks used related to the use of AI. I think one of the other aspects that are important is the government's willingness to prevent this. I'm talking about corruption. If we don't have the commitment of the state to prevent corruption, nothing will happen. So it's the same thing with AI. So that with AI, we need to have government support. Political support is very important. Moral support is also very important, because for the government, they are charged with the regulation, the regulatory framework. So they need to put in place, those frameworks that enforce these regulations. So there must be the political and moral support from these government structures. The second thing is education and sensitization. We need to educate and sensitize the entire population, because the main beneficiaries are the citizens. In education and law, it is the citizens. So we need to sensitize and train people, and there are institutions for this. Generally, these institutions are stakeholders, and there's a public and private aspect in the society, and they are very important actors in these frameworks. So we need to have sensitization. So there also needs to be prevention. As I said earlier, AI has positive and negative aspects. So, we need to inform and sensitize and educate people, the population, on the advantages and disadvantages of these frameworks. And we need to focus on the advantages, because AI must be a tool to promote development, economic development in a durable manner. Another thing is right to information. The population must have access to AI. This is a very important function. Another thing that is important is involvement. We need to protect private data. It is important in terms of AI inclusivity that all this information is included, so that we promote AI. We need to have committees of supervision. When we put in place committees, we take into account various aspects, but it's important to bring in the opinion of the civil society and experts in AI, so that the field is multidisciplinary, and you bring in the interests of economists and ICT practitioners. So we have an inclusive and participatory approach in these committees. Another thing is we need to have a framework of ethics, and we don't have the same cultural interests and the same level of development. What in Africa, what is valued in the United States is not practical in Africa. So we need to develop AI, on our own basis, and also integrative approaches that bring into place actors like Kenya and Rwanda, which are in advance in this process. And we therefore need to have an interactive process which has the support of the government, who are the main actors in terms of AI frameworks in the continent.
For that very well extended discussion on that. But also, what I got from Prof is that I think he's focusing on who is the end user, and how do we create AIs, be the developers, also be the government that adopts this AI, to contextualize it to the public that eventually are the ones that consumes this AI. So again, we'll go again. I think for your second question, back to it and dive into it. But also, he talks about other stakeholders that are involved that should also be part of the participating team in trying to contextualize AI. I think he mentioned about the right to information as well. I think that again, I always try to bring back to Rwanda, because that's where I practice most of this policing. That most of the time, either we are launching an AI that is extremely advanced for our population, or really lags behind. So it becomes very important. Then you have the stakeholder consultation meetings between the government and startups, the whole entire ecosystem of developers, to really tell them what are the real needs and then what do we need to push to the public users who eventually consume all these AI? So thank you so much, Prof, for that discussion. And so just going out to Prof. Desmond, so you've done a deep work on intellectual property laws, as you said. As AI starts intersecting with the local innovation and indigenous knowledge, it's a TK, how should our regulation handle ownership and access in a way that protects but doesn't limit as well?
Thank you very much, Michael, for that question. I think, excuse me, the beauty of the question, I mean, the importance of the question is that we have people in the room that are cuts across policy, industry, and even academia, so which means that we would all benefit from the long or slightly long answer that I'm going to give to that question, and I hope I have the time. But let me first state that, why are you laughing? Let me first state that at the regulatory level, I mean, based on the work that I and some persons in the room here have done, a regulatory approach that is actually balanced, and here I mean an approach that equitably balances the urgency to promote AI innovation, by enabling access to quality data with the need to protect IP rights and TK, as well as secure just reward for creators, inventors, performers, and indigenous communities in Africa will be the way to go. Okay, do we have that kind of framework in existence yet in Africa? I mean, at the regional, sub-regional, national level? I would come to that question later, but we need to also understand, to be able to develop that kind of balanced framework, it's important to understand the IP issues, that arise within the context of AI, and a lot of these have been talked about. I'll try to summarize them. Whether we are looking at it as developers of data sets to train AI systems, or as users of the AI systems themselves, the IP issues can be approached from two perspectives, from the output and from the input side. Interestingly, they tend to be cross-cutting. First, as a data scientist, you are creating or developing data sets for
données pour former l'IA, surtout l'IA qui est basée sur les langues africaines. Mélissa, on a parlé. Il y a l'entreprise Asakane qui développe les données de langue, les bases de données de langue. Et un des défis, c'est comment naviguer les questions de propriété intellectuelle et les questions de brevet. Et parfois, on ne sait pas si on touche sur le... on enfreint ces brevets ou pas. Et pour cela, pour surmonter cela, il faut avoir un cadre qui est assez ouvert, qui est assez flexible. C'est-à-dire qu'un cadre qui a l'exclusivité de brevets avec l'exception de brevets tels que fair use, pas le data mining ou le text mining. Les exceptions comme fair use, les exceptions ouvertes qui permettent aux scientifiques de données à créer des bases de données sans nécessairement se soucier de si ils ont frein. Mais je vais revenir à la question de si on a ces cadres en Afrique ou pas. Puissance numérique que l'IA offre. Quand on parle des ressources limitées, on parle des entreprises biotechnologiques, et ceci ça donne une nouvelle forme de colonialisme. On les appelle le colonialisme numérique, mais en résumé, c'est tout simplement la capacité aux grandes entreprises d'exploiter la connaissance africaine et les ressources indigènes.
African communities, the indigenous communities themselves, where these things, originate. In the past, you could find researchers coming down to Africa, to cooperate. To cooperate with the indigenous communities and enter into some form of access and benefit sharing, right? But with AI and digitization, these guys can stay anywhere in the world and just suck up everything. So it still then raises that important question of how do we develop frameworks, or what kind of frameworks do we need to develop to ensure that local communities in Africa benefit from such ventures.
Yeah.
Okay. Then there is again the third issue, again, which relates to the production of digital replicas. If you look at it in form of artworks, in form of musical works, that are based on AI systems that are trained by the works that have been created by authors, by artists, by performers. This is not just a global North problem, it is also a global South problem. In fact, African authors and performers, suffer this problem. A recent study by the South African culture law perspective, but looking at it from an IP perspective, it raises questions of what kind of legal mechanism will ensure remuneration, equitable remuneration for the African artists, African performers, African authors whose works are used to train AI in this, and this links obviously to the question of remuneration for communities, indigenous communities whose traditional knowledge, which is genetic resources, are actually harnessed through digital sequence information. Then that leads me back, of course, having laid the issues, the copyright, the IP issues, leads me back to whether we have those frameworks already in Africa. I would say yes and no, because from my research and from works that have been done by some experts in this room, we will listen to Professor Okore tomorrow during our keynote speakers, and I see some other experts in the room too. Let me not call it, or you know yourselves, eh? From the works that we've done, collaborative works that we've done, I see that there are some countries at the national level, for instance, I'll take Nigeria, and that is the latest, taking the Nigerian Copyright Act 2022. It's a model for how national governments in Africa should develop a copyright framework that would help to create that balance. There is an extensive list of copyrights developed or created by the Act. There is also an extensive list of exceptions, flexibilities created that will enable data scientists, for instance, to work in that space without fear of being accused of infringing copyright. That is it's a law that is not specific to AI. And of course, as we know at the moment, there's no specific AI law in Africa. But talking about AI, I see that countries, more than 10 already have developed strategies. And my review of those strategies show that some countries, including the regional strategy, the AU continental strategy, AI strategy, tend to get it right. You see policy statements, or you see government already thinking of that balance, creating that balance, harnessing AI innovation through a balanced framework. Okay, the AU continental strategy has that. The Nigerian AI strategy has that. The Egyptian second edition of the Egyptian AI strategy has that. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if I found that in the Kenyan strategy. That tend to be protectionist more than looking at a balanced approach. But the point then is, yes, it is happening. The African the AFCFTA protocol also, makes room for the balanced approach. For TK, countries like South Africa, countries like Kenya, and of course, ARIPO's more protocol, they have regulations that can be adapted to the AI context to ensure that African indigenous communities are, protected as far as the exploitation of African genetic resources and associated TK is concerned. South Africa, since 2005, introduced in their patent law a disclosure system which even though it was not made with AI in mind, if implemented properly, would also help to solve that. Because what that means is that for an inventor that is obligated to disclose the use of TK in his invention, that inventor would need to definitely have, there needs to be some form of access and benefit sharing arrangement put in place with the communities, for them to then be able to legitimately disclose the use of that TK system in their invention. That is how the law is structured, and the law, of course, is in tune with the recent WIPO Treaty on Genetic Resources and Associated TK 2024. Like I said, even though those laws, the laws I've mentioned, are not specific to AI, they can be adapted, especially again to address the question of remuneration. I see also that. Professor Okore, Dr. Omino have developed the Noodle license. Now, that is a good way of thinking, because the Noodle license, from my understanding, is based on existing IP laws, okay, on the continent, and then it is developed in such a way as to ensure that Africa own their data, benefit from their data, while also allowing access to it. So it creates access, it takes care of access question, it takes care of remuneration question, and that kind of license is important, because a strategy like that of Egypt at the moment is, the Egyptian government is thinking of having acknowledged the importance of a balanced approach to AI regulation from an IP perspective. The Egyptian government is thinking of local solutions to licensing. And interestingly, they mentioned Creative Commons and some other global north developed licensing systems. But I think that looking inwards, licenses like the Noodle license would be relevant, to address the remuneration issue and also the access issue within the African context as relates to AI. I hope I've not taken too much time.
All right, that was very important, though. Just a pushback, I think I had a follow-up question, is that most of the time when I'm faced with an AI tool, applicational system, and its flaws, mostly potentially harms, I try to locate one of all these harms into existing legal liabilities, legal regimes that account for. It might be that it's a criminal law harm that can be catered by criminal law or penal code of that country. It can be a tortious issue. It can be anything, but most of them I don't find. I think there's also some big hype that AI is revolutionary and therefore it's not accountable legally speaking, but most of these harms actually do fit within the existing traditional regimes. Is there anything new that AI, any potential AI, intellectual property infringement that are new in nature that you think there should be new forms of remedies, or just even the coining of this new harm that is beyond the typical traditional IP infringement type?
Okay, thank you for that question. When we look at AI and infringement liabilities from the context of IP, let us first start by acknowledging the fact that AI is not human. AI is a tool, it's a legal object, it is not a legal subject. So from that we start approaching the question from there. And so what that means is that the focus must be on the humans, whether as developers of the system or as users of the system. So once we get that clear, you would then have to understand that from an IP perspective, in my view, and I don't know if anyone would disagree, the questions of liability are already addressed, and they are no different from the infringement liabilities as defined in existing IP laws. And the focus, like I said, should be on the humans. In fact, not just the humans, it could be corporate persons behind the AI system. In fact, if you look at the case law that is being developed now in the US, nothing so far in Africa, the case law from Germany on copyright infringement by AI system, the focus has always been on the developer of the AI system, not the AI system,
Itself
because
as a
it is
tool,
not
yeah.
human. And so we must have that at the back of
Yeah.
our minds,
Yeah.
that the focus must be the legal person behind. And then that will enable us to answer the question that obviously IP law provides, already takes care of the infringement questions that would arise from the use of.
Yeah, so that as a starting point. Now, to Dr. Laibuta, I think that this was a question that I was interested in, is that, you know, you've wrote quite a lot on law, and also I think you understand law from its philosophical and theoretical underpinnings. But I'm interested to hear what you think on the balance of, you know, rushing into regulation or delaying to regulate. I think we've learned some lessons from the EU, where, you know, the EU Act has been really, you know, swept by events very fast, and there should be some work that always happens to amend or add new provisions, be frontier models. But also there's a risk on the other side when you don't act. So what are your perspective on rushing into regulating or completely not regulating or delaying in regulation?
I think the question is, what are we regulating? Once we answer the question, what is it that we are regulating and why? Because when you look at the AI life cycle, are we regulating the design? Are we regulating the development? Are we regulating the testing? Are we regulating the deployment or the use? And in all those steps, there's a lot. I mean, there's the issue of data polishing, what Kathleen was presenting. It's part of it. Part of this is also the legal, the IP issues. And then when we think about that, are we regulating AI tools that we have bought or we are developing in-house? Because I think a lot of us, of course, there is the issue of scale. Should we have a limit as to scale? I mean, if somebody is developing an AI tool or an AI system for use by pastoralists in northern Kenya, and it's like 1,000 pastoralists, should it have the same level of regulation as, for example, OpenAI ChatGPT or what Anthropic launched last week? Should it be the same level of regulation? Because when you're also talking about regulation, what technical standards are we applying? I think one of the gaps in a lot of policies and strategies are around what technical standards are we using to test? So we are talking about harm, we are talking about risk, but what if we are using those ISO standard levels? So what standards are we using to test to say that there's some form of harm? Because a lot of time we'll say, oh, there's IP infringement, there's privacy infringement, there's discrimination, there's bias from an overall level. But what yardstick have you used to test and determine that? Because I believe there ought to, because this is a system developed in a scientific way, so the finding ought to be scientific as much as the effects are social, economic, and political. Then further, are we also regulating what I would call the stakeholders around this? Remember, these AI tools, they're investors. Investors want their money back. And this is the reason OpenAI came from a research institution and now became a commercial institution. Because investors, people who put money in these tools, in the infrastructure, whether it's the hardware and the software, they want returns. Because this is, it's not philanthropy. Somebody wants their money back. Then there's the developers. What is it that we are talking about of the developers? What are we regulating and how are they educated? And we are talking about the issues of principles and ethics. What about the issue of responsibility? Because responsibility is applying the ethics. It's the ethics in motion. What about the corporate bodies? Because we see, like, for example, if you talk about data protection, you'll find that multinationals, in terms of issues of privacy, they will comply with GDPR. But when they come to Kenya, they're like, because they'll fear GDPR, but they'll not fear the Kenyan Data Protection Act. And this is what made the High Court recently make a ruling against WorldCoin. So, and then something else is the government. What is the government doing? So when I do my research, so China, for example, as far back as maybe 10 years ago, made a strategy to be the global leader in AI ecosystem life cycle by the year, I think it was 2027. They're already doing it. I mean, recently, they've already had their GPU chips, they are testing them. And you find that the developers, for example, from the US are surprised. They're like, how did these guys get here? All right. Then when we talk about government, is there a policy on government procurement or tech? Because in Africa, I usually call it procurement-based development. The development of these policies depends who is in power and who is creating these tools and how much are they. What is my cut? Okay, so there's a gap in terms of procurement of these tools. Then finally, I'd like to compare it to, when the developed world, you can call it that, when they were industrializing, coal was okay. It was okay to use coal. You use coal is okay, child labor is okay. But now, in Africa, now we are saying, Kenya, we also want to use coal. There is coal somewhere in Kenya, and we want also to industrialize using, then they say, no, you can't do that. You can't do that because you find that because of AI, you find that countries, because of the data centers and that require energy, they are igniting coal as a way of energy. They are switching on their nuclear power plant. So we need to think closely about all these issues that I'm talking about and say, what is it that we are regulating? And where are we regulating? Do we have the capacity to regulate? For example, Donald Trump, President Trump, when he came, he has actually mentioned Kenya as one of the countries that has laws that are punishing American companies. Why? Because in Kenya there's taxation, there's VAT of these digital companies. Yeah. Are we able to push back? It's a big question. And lastly, we have no unified approach. When you look at, I think Prof talked about, when you look at all these strategies across Africa, none of them look similar. They have the same principles, but you can't say this one is a copy and paste of the rest or there's a unified approach. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm learning that either my questions are very long or people on the panel are very interesting, but I'll have to wrap up so that I can invite a few questions from the... But one thing I just need to mention is that in Rwanda we're carrying out a study which we call virtual AI ports. So we're trying to map where we think there's inflow of AIs, and we've identified specific ports, including outsourcing, research and development, and those are the ports that we think AI from, for example, the global north flows in to south, and that's where we're trying to stack our regulatory posts and say, okay, if you're in charge of procurement or if you're in charge of outsourcing or research and development, any potential AI that's flowing from those companies, you might be co-creating, co-developing, or completely outsourcing outshelf, then that's where you need to put, for example, the Rwanda Development Board or Rwanda Responsible AI Office. So, but just may I invite a few questions from the audience, just as Dr. Melissa mentioned, just a question, not a comment or your brief introduction. Just go straight to the question. May I have the mic? Yeah.
Thank you very much. I hate to be the prophet of doom here, but I don't know if you've been following the AI world for the last 6 months. We now have something called agentic AI, and Professor Desmond said that the laws we have are pretty much enough, everything is covered. But I'm thinking of a situation where now we have agentic AI. We didn't have agentic AI 2 years ago when we met here. They're capable of doing pretty much everything. They can commit a crime on their own accord with us not having any intervention whatsoever. Imagine I have an AI agent. It can go buy something with a fake credit card and send it to me. Do you think the laws are still enough for that we have at the moment?
So I think that will go to Dr. Desmond mostly, and Dr. Laibuda as well, but so everyone can contribute.
Yes, I think that's a philosophical question we have, that is it an object or a subject? And I think you pretty much hit the nail. We are still thinking as though we are in the large LLMs, We are moving very fast, and the laws are catching up. But if we continue to think that AI is what we are used to using ChatGPT, we will really find ourselves in a very big problem. I've recently posted in my LinkedIn that governments should really wake up and start regulation first before development and deployment and all those kind of things. Because, like he has said, the agents, and we have not even gotten to the level of AGI, and super whatever, there are so many terms that are coming up. We really have to answer the question, is it an object or a subject? Because I don't believe these are objects.
All right.
These sometimes can be subjects.
All right, thank you so much. Can you also focus on the right side here? It seems pretty much cold. All right, can we have 2 questions? And then I can invite the panel to... Yeah, there's someone.
Thank you. My name is Jesse. My question goes to any of the panelists. It is that given the use of AI-powered surveillance, like in Nairobi, for example, like Safe City, what mechanisms are in place or should be in place to ensure that technologies are not used for political repression or targeting civil society actors? Thank you.
All right, can we cap to that and then return to the... Sorry, one question? Okay.
Thank you so much. I've been raising, I feel invisible. I've been raising my hand for a very long time now. Anyways, it's great to see that we are having a conversation about contextualizing AI regulatory approaches in Africa, and the panel is not dominated by lawyers. And I think that's fantastic to see. My primary question, I guess, potentially goes to Dr. Okolo. So we see a lot of these African countries adopting AI strategies, and Dr. Mugambe just said that they're not necessarily the same. But one thing that's consistent in all those AI strategies is the fact that everybody claims they want to be a regional leader in AI innovation. And I do wonder if that's potentially going to trigger a race to the bottom in terms of, opening up your markets, trying to liberalize investments. And, to Dr. Mugambe's suggestions, when you are phrasing these criticisms from the North about, regulation stifling innovation, what consequences does that lead into? Thank you.
All right, let's first hear from the panel. Dr. Desmond, someone saying we're underestimating AI and we're being comfortable within our legal frameworks, but it has left us,
Okay, yeah, I knew that comment was that comment was provocative. And when I made it, I wasn't underestimating AI. I know that we are at the point where agentic AI, like you put it, are already a reality. And I also know, that like the data scientists say in 2099, we're going to have, AI is going to fully developed to, a super, system that behaves like human beings. But you see, the tech guys and also tech anthropologists have the same view of wanting to, impose human-like abilities to AI systems. Okay, I think that's called AI anthropomorphism. Now, there are a lot of studies on this point, but you see, much as you would like it to be that way, I'm sorry to disappoint you. It is not at the moment, and lawyers in the room will agree with me. You see, the thing about AI being an object or a subject is within, and I'm linking that to your question, it's actually, centered around the conversations on legal personality. For a long time, the law recognized only natural human beings as legal persons. It took a case sometime in, I think, in the 19th century, Solomon and Solomon, for that concept to be, vested on companies, on corporate entities, okay? But at the moment, and as at the moment, what we have with the law, and I speak of the law as it is, setting, not the law as we want it to be, there is no room for, and when we speak of liabilities, either from IP perspective or from criminal perspective, there is no room for AI agents, there is no room for super AI. But again, let's not forget that the AI systems are actually the AI systems, the AI agents, whatever name we want to call them, they are humans behind their creation. Okay, and humans cannot hide, behind the AI systems to escape liability. I would say this very interesting story, and this contradicts what I've been saying. Now, yes, I need to make reference to it. The Stephen Taylor's case, Davos. Now, there is a global push by some scholars, legal scholars, to actually vest legal personality on AI systems to be recognized as legal inventors. Now, they've tried this in more than 15 countries around the world, and the results have been negative, except for one of our beloved countries in Africa, South Africa, where the patent office actually granted an AI, patent for an AI application that named the inventor, that named an AI system, that's an acronym for a long word, named an AI system that was developed
Prof,
by...
We've got 1 minute.
Yes, I'm rounding off now. Developed by Dr. Stephen Taylor. Okay, that is an administrative action.
C'était une action administrative que je suis sûr que ne peut pas passer le test juridique. Pour résumer, en ce moment, la loi ne préconisait cela. Peut-être dans 2029, cela va arriver. Bon, on dirait que je suis content d'être animateur de cette délibération, mais je m'excuse à l'audience en ligne. J'espère que les prochains panélistes vont adresser leurs questions. Mais est-ce qu'il y a des réactions de la part d'autres panélistes aux questions qui ont été posées? Il ne reste qu'une minute. Oui, monsieur le docteur Ibouta. Donc, j'aimerais bien dire qu'on doit se poser la question. Qu'est-ce qu'on est en train
Then let us also think about the business models of that AI ecosystem. I think one of the things that we forget, we go more into the social, the political, the governance. Look at the business model within the AI ecosystem. Because another thing is that the geopolitical positioning and the economic diplomacy that goes into regulating this. I think it's one of the, and I've said many times, it's one of the questions that we usually scatter around depending on who is in the audience. Because it's a very important question. Economically, all these tools come from certain countries. Those countries are pushing for their models, are pushing for their hardware, are pushing for their software. But we don't want to mention that because we feel that there might be consequences and repercussions. And remember, for example, the Trump administration has a proposal to have a 10-year moratorium for state regulation of AI. They want to put it, codify in law and make it very hard to change. Yeah. That for 10 years, you will not regulate AI. And then there's a question of which country wants to be dominant in AI. Look at how China, look at how the US have developed. It started in the late 60s. Actually very far. So when we say we want to be the leader in AI in the next 5 years, I mean, some of the tools that develop like chips started being developed after World War II. And then, but we are saying we want to be the leader in this. So we also have to be pragmatic.
All right, thank you so much. And Dr. Kolo was taking serious notes, and I won't close you out. So just, we have 20 seconds.
Sure. I answered the question that was asked about responsible AI adoption by government, and I would say more broadly, a lot of governments have less incentive to use AI responsibly, just because we're stuck in this AI hype cycle, basically, where AI solutions for government are essentially being sold as a problem for, solving all social ills, and rather than, governments investing in basic tenets of governance that would actually provide much better returns, AI to them is a much easier solution. And so I think that we're going to continue to see increased surveillance and harm and marginalization of communities, unfortunately. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Prof. Diop. Unfortunately, I won't be able to grant you more minutes to speak, but I'm happy to facilitate discussion right after this panel. So just come with your questions, and I will try to make sure that you reach one of the panelists. Thank you so much for paying attention, raising these pertinent questions. Thank you so much.
Before you leave, kindly just center yourselves for a photo, and then we'll go into the next session. A round of applause for panel 2, which was quite engaging. And kindly let's continue on with the conversation at lunch. Thank you so much, panel 2. At this point, we'll be getting into the next part of our program, which is a fireside chat that will be moderated by Ms. Florence Ogonjo from CIPIT. The focus of the fireside chat will be on national AI strategies, policies for growth and inclusion. I think it will be interesting following the panel that we've had. Ms. Florence Ogonjo is a tech policy researcher, advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and a research fellow for the AI Policy Center at CIPIT here at Strathmore University. She is also pursuing a master's in public policy at Strathmore University. Her research focuses on AI governance, ethical AI, data protection policy, and digital rights, with a broader interest in the intersection of technology, law, and human rights. She explores the regulatory and policy frameworks needed to ensure responsible AI development, data governance, and the protection of fundamental rights in the digital age. Through her work, Florence seeks to bridge the gap between emerging technologies and legal frameworks, advocating for policies that promote innovation while safeguarding human rights. With that, help me welcome Florence Ogonjo.
Thank you all so much. Cynthia was right, it's going to be a lot of pressure having this fireside chat just after the most elaborate panel session talking about national AI strategies. Then here we come with national AI strategies for different East African countries, talking about how they also want to be, the top and the global, running things within the African continent. So allow me to welcome the two speakers who will be joining me for this session. We have Fatma Haruna Sangoro. So my panelists let's say they were a bit modest, and they decided that I should briefly read their very long bios, but I will attempt to do them justice. So Fatma Harun Sangoro is a seasoned technology cybersecurity lawyer with a strong commitment to navigating the intersection of law and emerging technologies. She currently serves as the head of Technology Law Department at Victory Attorneys Consultant in Tanzania. Fatma is a trusted advisor to clients, actors across various industries, including gaming, hospitality, fintech, ICT, insurance, manufacturing, e-commerce, nonprofits, and startups. As you can see, she's multifaceted. Yeah. Beyond her legal practice, Fatma is a dedicated legal researcher who collaborates with leading organizations to shape policies and governance frameworks for artificial intelligence, digital rights, international trade, internet governance, online child protection, and data privacy. Again, multifaceted. So key things about Fatma as well is the fact that she's a co-founder of the DAR Legal Hackers chapter, a section of global legal hackers movement of lawyers, technologists, startups, creatives, students, and scholars who explore legal tech atmosphere and produce cutting-edge solutions to problems at the nexus of law and technology. She also serves as a board member at the Tanzania Women Lawyers Association and the Tanzania FinTech Society. She is also a vice chairperson of the Insolvency Law Committee at the East African Law Society. She is also a director of the Tanzania Privacy Professionals Association, as well as Tanzania National Representative at Young Lawyers Committee of the International Bar Association. So that's Fatma for you. Fun fact about her is she runs a solo quiet reading club, and she claims to be an amateur golfer. I don't know how I would describe amateur, but yeah, she keeps swinging away nonetheless. So this is Fatma. Welcome, Fatma. The next speaker is Ridwan. Ridwan might have to validate his East African community card quite a bit and explain quite a bit. But Ridwan is the director at the Center of Law and Innovation and the co-founder of Tech Hive Advisory Africa, where he leads the AI governance and technology policy teams. He has advised companies across Africa, Europe, and the Middle East on data protection, artificial intelligence governance, regulatory intelligence, digital ethics, and technology policy. He is a policy advisor and researcher with extensive work across different thematic areas, focusing on Africa and contributing to policy development in other parts of the world. He has published and contributed to book chapters, reports, articles, and guides. He also holds a master's in law and technology from Tilburg University, Netherlands, and is a fellow of information privacy with IAPA. And he's also designated as an expert at data protection unit of the Council of Europe. So Ridwan, you're a bit global. You're a bit more global, clearly. But you still have to validate your East African community card and explain to us quite a few things. So Ridwan, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So as has been mentioned, we are going to have quite a bit of a task trying to talk about national AI strategies after the panel we've just had. But in sort of contextualizing this conversation for this fireside chat, which was basically to explore how East African countries are crafting national AI strategies that foster innovation, ensure responsible AI adoption, and promote inclusive growth. Also highlighting sort of cross-country lessons and practical policy implementations and stakeholder engagement approaches. Also, you would likely touch on the fact that now all African countries who are coming up with national AI strategies want to be the leading hub in generating AI. So we can go through some of those elements, especially for Tanzania, which still doesn't have a national AI strategy, but is in the process of coming up with a national AI strategy. So to begin with, I'll start with you, Ridwan. We'll talk about national strategies and the context within which most of the national strategies are being set up, and especially the one for Rwanda. So Rwanda has taken a interesting steps towards AI and policy development. What lessons can East African countries learn from Rwanda's approach to national AI strategy formulation? Also, walk us through why the Rwanda AI strategy is one of the key among the East African, other than it being the first within the East African community to have a strategy.
All right, thanks. So you've asked me to validate my East African perspective. So, I mean, I've been working here in like the last 2 years, and I've called this home, and it's been so welcoming. So thank you to everybody here. I'm Nigerian, by the way. So just let me say the things I've been asked to say. Forgive every other thing else. So Rwanda, it's an interesting case study because you said strategy, but Rwanda has taken more of a policy model, and it's quite interesting how the policy itself has been kind of framed because policy generally by the way we think about them, they basically just sets the tone for what's just aspirational goals, but it went a bit beyond that, setting out its implementation plan. So for me, I think two key things I would say stand out for me from the Rwandan approach to AI, what a policy. It's first the creating an Anglo AI office that is created, who is meant to drive the whole implementation. The implementation setouts, if you look just right behind the document itself. And I think another interesting thing about what Rwanda has also done, aside making sure there's like an anchor to drive the implementation, specifically inside the document, is also the fact that it looked inward, because one key word from the mission for the document itself is talking about how it's really going to benefit its own people. And that's pretty much been the approach to how things have been approached. So whether it's the government's support and also creating sort of like an enabling ecosystem. Recently, there's a whole data sharing policy that was recently adopted by the government, which also it's going to contribute to the ecosystem if you think about it. And it's a document that has like a bunch of annexures from a data sharing framework to the data sharing agreement and a bunch of other really interesting things. But I think it's also how Rwanda has also tied everything that it said into its policy, but also how it has brilliantly tied it into the national development goal, which sometimes you can see disconnect in some documents. So the document is, national development goal is going in a direction, and whatever policy is targeting a specific technology is moving in a different direction. So being able to ink it on that particular document, I think it's something interesting. I think that's something, for those who are yet to develop one, that's something they might also be looking at.
Thank you so much for those comments. You have mentioned something with respect to the data sharing agreement that has come up, which we'll sort of talk about when you look at policy design and implementation. But to move to you, Fatma, Tanzania has made strides in digital policy and data governance. You're now in the process of sort of coming up with a national AI strategy as well. So how is this laying the foundation for AI-specific strategies, and what policy gaps need to be addressed from the Tanzanian perspective?
Habari za mchana. So I think Tanzania has made significant strides in, I would say, digital governance policy. We have a lot of policy. We have the national health digital strategy. We have the digital economy strategy. We have national guidelines on AI use in the educational sector. And when we come to laws and regulation, we have laws on data protection, on cybersecurity, on infrastructure, on electronic transaction. And all this, I would say, framework have actually laid a ground, I would say, for AI, a starting point, a guide to how to responsibly use data, on how to be aware, on to deal with some of the risk. And so I think these policies on digital transformation have played a critical role. But I think despite that, there is quite a policy gap whereby we do not have a specific framework that is comprehensive on AI. And this presents a challenge. Earlier on, someone mentioned about how M-Pesa was able to actually take off without regulation, or Dr. said it was under some regulatory. And if you move around in the tech community in Tanzania, people who are building AI too, they're always saying they need the law. And I, as a lawyer, I'm like, why would you need the law, you know? Like, you should be happy that there are no laws and no restrictions yet. But for most startups and companies who are building AI too, it's quite difficult to operate in most of the sectors, such as the finance, agriculture. They're heavily regulated. And so most of the people who are trying to build products are really struggling, because when they do go to the regulator does not understand where exactly to fit them, what kind of license, and how to assist them. And so they feel frustrated in the process. And this is because of that lack of, I would say, like comprehensive and detailed framework on AI use. And so it's kind of, in one way or the other, the policy gap is slowing the adoption of AI in the country. And even when you speak to investors, you know, yes, the people who are willing to invest, but some take that there are not yet laws or like regulations in place. How is this going to turn out? What is the liability looking? And so it's also slowing, kind of having an impact. And so it's quite crucial, I think, to actually frame the legal and regulatory policy for AI if we want to foster and realize the full potential of AI.
Thank you. You have mentioned basically two key things in that the policy gaps are impacting innovation as well as they're impacting investments, which are two key things when we're looking at AI in any capacity, which is an amazing segue into us looking at policy design and implementation. Also, Dr. Melissa was right in saying that the day cannot end, or this cannot be an AI conference if we don't mention M-Pesa. So we are happy, Kenya is happy to hold the flag for M-Pesa. So in speaking into national AI strategy, especially as they're being leveraged in balancing and pushing for innovation, how are national AI strategies specifically being pushed for innovation with the need for ethical, responsible use, especially in low resource and high risk contexts? I note that from Tanzania's part, in as much as you don't have a national AI strategy yet, you do have a framework for AI use in the health sector, which is quite comprehensive and robust. So, which seems like you've taken more of a sector-specific kind of look into how AI is being leveraged, or how you would go into regulating it, as opposed to a more holistic approach of starting with a core national AI strategy, then moving into different guidelines for different sectors. So basically, how could these strategies be used to sort of balance these things out, especially in terms of high risk and low resources?
So I think we've had a lot, and normally there's a lot of discussion on striking that balance between the risk and innovation. And I think it's quite a tricky balance. However, it's one that's necessary, taking into account the harms and things that can result without proper, I would say, regulations in place. I think when I look at Tanzania and the current national AI strategy, and even from how the regulators and authorities in the country are acting, I would say they're taking a proportionality of governance approach, whereby they're trying to allow innovation to kind of flourish, much as they're working on laws and policy, but they're also looking at just how can they minimize the risk. Like if we have someone who is doing something, or they want to deploy a certain tool, how can we facilitate that? And so they're just looking on keeping some guardrails and kind of bringing that balance. And I think that is one way in which we can somehow, I would say, fashion from the strategy to policies that really speak to that kind of balance. I think the other one is kind of allowing, which similarly speaks to what I was speaking about, fostering responsible experimentation. So there are quite a number of regulatory sandboxes that have been established that allow for testing, for trials and errors, which similarly, even when you look at the National AI strategy in Tanzania, speaks to that. And so there is a lot of encouraging responsible experimentation, whereby we're exploring different ways and manners in which we can guide in even forming laws and policy. And so when we do allow such products or such development, the regulators are also studying maybe what should the law looks like, what are the risks maybe that do needs to kind of have like a serious address. And so I think that also kind of in one way or the other is an approach that I would say is being taken to kind of balance innovation and regulation. And I think the last one, even from how they exist, I would say like the spaces, is there is I think a push to kind of take a responsive approach to regulation. I think in the past, the laws were just stagnant and the regulators were not really responding to what is happening. But when you look right now, a lot of regulators are quite responsive to kind of keep up with the pace. And even when you look at the AI strategy, it speaks about forming an AI observatory committee that's really going to be keeping pace and seeing what is happening, what needs to be changed in a manner that's going to be, I would say, like not slow and enable that process. So I think that responsive approach in regulation, in governing, is also something that can speak to the balance on how we can achieve that balance in our strategies and policies.
Thank you, Fatma. Ridwan, from your end as well, the question applies to your end, but within the context of the fact that the Rwanda AI strategy establishes a responsible AI office. So looking at it from that context, what would you say are some of the strategies that are also being put in place in terms of looking at ethical and responsible AI, low resource, high risk context, as well as coupled with any aspects that may have been overlooked in terms of policy, especially within the implementation of the Rwanda strategy?
So I think, again, going back from how Rwanda's approach has kind of like tied to the bigger vision the country has, is also the way Rwanda position itself as a proof of concept country. So pretty much everybody come, try whatever it is you want to try. Let's learn from it, and from that process we can iterate and build along. So that's been like so central to the approach the country is taking itself. So yes, the responsible AI office is there. If you look at the implementation plan, different government agencies and stakeholders have been designated to be responsible for the different milestones, and also there's like a set timeline for when those things need to be achieved. But then the job of the responsible AI office is then to coordinate and drive all of that to make sure this comes to life. I think another interesting thing you also find is for government use, part of the plan is to have AI officers within each government institutions. Again, the role of oversight and governance being a very strong component in the way the country is also thinking and approaching it. But beyond that, whether you think of low resource and all of that, you see how the Ministry of ICT, for example, has been working closely with the ecosystem. I mean, a lot of people probably know about Digital Umuganda that is trying to build, the whole Key Rwanda into building like an NLP for that. So that's one of like the key things you're seeing. So you're seeing that intentionality, you're seeing that deliberateness, you're seeing that ecosystem support to help build out all of those things. But beyond that, I think another interesting thing you see coming out of Rwanda is also part of the things you see within the policy itself is also the need for some sort of like a guideline to drive ethical adoption and also like the use. And there's a particular government agency that has also been responsible for working on that. I'm not sure what stage that is currently. But outside of all of those initiatives in terms of what you're seeing, there are also currently ongoing efforts to actually amend some laws, like the ICT law, for example. There's like a proposed move to amend, and basically you're seeing a situation where we're also amending other laws that can support whether you're looking at the risk, whether you're looking at arms or some of the manifestations of how this technology and the use would impact people. Because again, one central element to the policy itself is making sure while we want to harness the benefit of this technology, there are no risks to people, our people, and centering the welfare of its people at the heart of everything. So the attempts to sort of also modernize some supporting laws that would also address some of these issues, I think is also one interesting thing that is coming out of Rwanda as well.
What would you say are some of the supporting laws within Rwanda?
I mean, you can break it out into, different domains. Whether you think of product safety, you look of consumer protection, competition law, data protection. There's the ICT framework, cybersecurity framework. Whether you even look at the labor laws themselves, which also has like a wider impact. You look at, and Rwanda has been so intentional about like environmental policy. If you think about it, so all of these things are things that are being, there's like a whole shift. There's like an atomic body there's like a year where the country is also looking to shift towards nuclear. So that's all of those things in the pipeline. Again, tying everything to the bigger picture that the country has, and then everything is just streamlined towards that.
I feel like I want to put you on the spot a bit and talk about the nuclear element of it. You've mentioned nuclear maintenance have gone up, so we might have a further discussion about it a bit later on. Coming back to you, Fatma, in terms of Ridwan has mentioned the fact that developing AI must be for the benefit of the people. So looking at it in terms of inclusion and local relevance, how would you say Tanzania currently, or its foundational governance landscape is ensuring that whatever national AI strategy they are likely to come up with reflects the local needs of communities and their respective voices?
So I think when we look at how the strategy is looking into how it can accommodate the local communities and people, when prior to the strategy being drafted, there was a kind of survey was done across all the regions in Tanzania to kind of understand the AI use in all, I would say, like region. And one of the things that was discovered is that there's quite I would say low use or understanding of AI in local communities, mostly in like urban region and region that had university seem to have like a higher level of understanding and using AI, but for some other region it was quite low. And so one of the things I think that when they were fashioning the strategy, they were looking at how they can make AI work for the community and seeing what kind of strategies can be put in place that would really speak to the local problem and the local context. Tanzania, large of the population speaks Kiswahili. Most people do not speak English. And so looking at that and seeing how they can facilitate and ensure that much as we're pushing for AI, we do not have a divide or widen that gap between maybe some communities and others. And so there's a lot of, I would say, effort into the strategy and by the government to kind of put in place, I would say, like framework and strategies that speak to the local community and the local needs, and building those tools in a manner that would kind of be for everyone's benefit. And when you look at the strategy, it highlights, I would say, sectors that health, agriculture, and all of these sectors do speak to local community needs and how AI can work to benefit everyone and not just the few elites or the few urban people who maybe understand AI, but to actually have tools that can be used, that can be easily understandable at the community and local level perspective.
For you, Ridwan, on your end, in terms of especially the implementation of AI, of the AI strategy in Rwanda, are you seeing any movement with especially local communities in terms of what the strategy had ideally envisioned?
I think there is an idea of, inclusion being sort of suggestive of leave no one behind. So, and that's been pretty much how it's been approached. So whether it's taking a sectoral approach, they're like priority sectors which you're trying to solve real problems, and making sure, and you also see a very bold statement around building capacity for more people, so a lot of people can come on grid. And there's like a precedent for that. If you look, one thing in the past few years when Rwanda was trying to solve like digital accessibility problem was sort of like lowering tariffs on the cost of bringing them into the country. They had a partnership with one of the telcos, which sort of like brought down the cost of buying, purchasing smartphones. And what you saw was a sharp increase in the number of people who then could access that. So we're pretty much seeing the same model playing out here in terms of how AI is being done. A couple of months ago, I think it was in April, there was a whole partnership with a private institution where the entire healthcare system in the country would decided like a central monitoring station that was really launched, and pretty much like a situation room where you can track what drug is going to what place is in need of. So you have like evidence-based sort of approach, evidence-based approach to even governance, and some of these things also sit relying on the use of this technology itself. So I think the key thing the government has been very vocal about is making sure no one is left behind, and the policies, the rollouts, the initiatives, also the direction in which some of the implementation initiatives have also been going in that direction, making sure truly no one is left behind. And these are things that have been spread over a period of time. But one thing that is central to that is also making sure people actually build capacity. So, and that's something we're seeing consistently in how the government is going, and its kind of partnership is also having with people who are enabling those things.
I think there's a WASP here to tell us that our time is almost up, unfortunately for us. But so in just sort of contextualizing what all of you have said in terms of inclusion, local relevance, Ridwan, from Rwanda side, I'm seeing there's quite a bit of movement and traction in terms of implementation of the strategy as it has come since I think it was launched in 2022. Yes, that's been a while, but the implementation I think is progressing well, in as much as there's still a bit of gaps here and there. For Tanzania, of course, you have the luxury of looking at the rest of us and being like, oh, we can pick that out and say, well, we really don't want to go that direction. We would like to go this other direction. And one key thing that has come out here is that from Tanzania and Rwanda, I haven't had anyone saying that the strategy endeavors to place it as the top within the region, which is a positive, positive aspect.
Interestingly, those documents also, Rwanda, for example, has a statement around being like the innovation hub, but it's also consistent with, the messaging of the country itself being a proof of concept country. So, but like Dr. Fola rightly said, every document, if you look at Kenya, if you look at the draft document in Tanzania, look at Ethiopia policy as well, everyone has like a bold aspirational, something they're aspiring to be. So
I'll take that from you, Ridwan. I know you're really championing your East African AI community validation, so I'll take it. So we have 5 minutes before we wrap up. So in case we have any questions, 1, 2. Let me be generous to this side, because this side doesn't have
online.
Yes, as well as the online questions as well. So I'll start with Susan, and then we'll have Collins, and then on that side, I know we abandoned you a bit, but that doesn't mean we won't answer your questions. We won't answer your questions. We'll have yes, Betty. I know I'm avoiding the statement of we are standing between you and lunch. So we'll just run it through. So here we go. So we'll start with Susan.
Thank you. So Victor stepped out of the room, but Amnesty International hosted I think it's a Linda Data campaign, where they reached out to the public to ask them to find a Kiswahili slang word for data. And this was part of the awareness campaign that they were running like across the country. And I find Tanzania really interesting because, and I don't know if this is still the case, you ideally you want to make Kiswahili the language of the courts. And you Tanzania published their Data Protection Act in Kiswahili. So I'm curious as to both your perspectives on literacy, AI literacy, and the role of language in that.
Collins?
Good afternoon. My name is Collins Oko. So my question goes to Ridwan. Do you think that harmonization of regulatory instruments is an objective for us to pursue? And if it is, to what extent should we pursue that objective, given the need to have homegrown and context-specific and responsive regulatory instruments?
I think we'll take the last one because there are only three. Betty?
Thank you very much. My name is Betty Chalo, and it's a pleasant coincidence that as we're discussing AI governance today, tomorrow Parliament will go on to discuss the motion for the formulation of the regulatory framework in AI in Kenya. So my question goes, do you think that it's time for us to now consider having regional policies for the different blocks, be it EAC, SADC, and ECOWAS? Thank you.
Thank you for that question.
All right.
So we'll start with...
If I'm just going to start from the last one real quick.
Okay.
There are already ongoing initiatives. COSAA, for example, is trying to develop its own AI documents. ECOWAS, for example, is also sort of modernizing its Supplementary Data Protection Act. And there's a whole lot of conversation within the EAC itself, from its data governance framework to its cross-border data framework. That's one thing. So, which then ties into the next question, how much of harmonization we need, because we already have a continental AI strategy, and then we have this regional, sub-regional document as well. I think for me, one thing that should, centralized, there are a few principles that we need to agree on, things like cross-border data transfer, because we need it to enable, free flow of data and to also unlock initiatives, to unlock innovation. But there are also things that are national priorities, which you also can leave simply because you're trying to harmonize. And one thing you see, people like to make reference to the EU a lot. It's just 27 countries. Let's start from there. And the thing also is, if you look at many regulations, which is meant to apply across the entire member states, it also leaves room for member states to take its own specific approach. One quick example, low-hanging fruit, the GDPR. When it comes to defining the age of a child, it leaves member states to decide what they want it to be. So we need rooms to accommodate national interests and national priorities, I think. Fatima, if you want to take the last one.
Yes, Tanzania.
So I think maybe I'll respond to Susan's question. And yes, in Tanzania, of course, there is a push for use of Kiswahili, but I think when it comes in contexts such as the justice sector, it also seems to be a challenge, even when the law is in Kiswahili. The formal Kiswahili is something even I might struggle with reading. And so much as there is talk on how we can put this document in Kiswahili, there is conversation on how we can keep this information in maybe a Kiswahili version of language that's plain and understandable to a normal mwananchi. And so, for instance, I don't know if maybe the lawyers in the room, we have something that is called TANSLI, the Tanzania Legal Information Institute, that publish case laws and laws and policy. And one of the things that they're working with the judiciary, they're trying to buy the Bar Association will in, is to kind of put these laws and policy in a language that's Kiswahili but understandable, not just translate or have those official laws in Kiswahili, because it also seems to indicate that it's also not helping with people understanding, taking into account that the legal jargons and principles are also quite wide. Just having that in language cannot help. And so part of how we're looking at it is seeing how technology can facilitate, digesting this complex documents and laws and making them understandable. When we come to AI literacy, I think that might be, as initially said, something that we're still in the process of progressing. I think there is quite low understanding from digital literacy. So it's something that we're still working, I think, from educational institutions to people who are already at workplace, because we also have a population that's at the workplace, and they also do not have digital literacy. They do not have understanding of AI. And so both part from the education and the workforce already, there is effort to kind of build digital literacy, to kind of build onto what ethical use of AI means. I think in Tanzania, there was quite a struggle with Grok being used in a manner that's not appropriate. And it questions to who is behind asking Grok to do things that are very harmful, It speaks to us building ethics in our communities and having people really understand and to use technology in a manner that can benefit us rather than harm.
I hope your questions have been sufficiently answered. Something to think about, especially for the participants as we wrap up. There's something you mentioned about language, the Swahili language being sort of standardized, so to speak. We're looking at it from less of an AI perspective, but looking at it from a language perspective, maybe IP perspective, in considering what happens to language when we try and standardize it across the board. Do some words lose meaning then? because something in English, when you translate it to Swahili, something you can only say something in Swahili and it won't translate into a different language. So what does standardizing language actually mean across the board? Also, on a lighter note, I'm very happy to hear that our neighbors who are very proficient in Swahili also struggle with Swahili. And with that, I think we can call this fireside chat to an end so that we stop standing between you and your lunch. So thank you all for listening. And if you have any further questions or discussions you'd like to have with the panelists, with the speakers, they're available for lunch, dinner, etc. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, thank you. Kindly let's get a photo. And then I'll release us for lunch. All right, thank you. Kindly let's give a round of applause. At this point, I'd like to inform us that it's lunchtime. Our meals will be served right outside this exit on my left. So there are 2 serving points, so you can serve on either side. However, if the lines are too long, you can head on to the restaurant. The food is the same. And again, just to remind us that yes, the food is halal. Secondly, to also remind us that there's a prayer room. The key is with Irene. Irene, kindly stand and wave. The key is with Irene, and she will guide you to the room. Additionally, kindly, other than having your tag, there is a meal ticket that the ushers at either exit. You get a ticket, that is what will allow you. Ushers, please, you can raise your hands and wave. They're at the exit. Yes. I have also been asked to remind us to leave the interpretation parks on the desks. Kindly do not exit the room at any point with them. And also feel free to take photos. We have banners outside, a prop, and yes, let's keep using our hashtags. Let's talk AI, COSAA 2025. With that, I'd like to welcome us to go have lunch, and let's be back in the room at exactly 2:45 that we may begin the next session. Thank you so much. I understand that the conversations are really awesome, but I really like us to continue on with our program. from morning till now. And this is a Menti poll. I'd like to give us 2 minutes to respond to the question posed. You can use your phone, you can use whatever device you deem fit. All who've accessed it say aye. All who have accessed the Menti poll say aye. Very nice. So all who haven't say nay? Okay. Kindly go back. Kindly go back to the code. All who've accessed say aye. The ayes are still low. All who've accessed say aye. Would like to see the responses. What's the first word that comes to mind when you think of AI and data governance in Africa? One person said COSAA, okay. Okay. Accountability, privacy, we have empowerment, we have regulation, data protection. Someone said TikTok. Context growing, environment, upcoming, room for improvement, fragmented context, ethics. I think this is I don't know whether the person who said TikTok was serious in their response, but I think this is just a representation of the conversations that we're having here today. And even with this, at this point, I'd like to also direct our attention to the screen as we, again, engage in 2 videos. One by Josephine that will look at mapping, AI and data governance in Africa, and maybe just, again, speak to the question that we've asked on the Menti poll. And the second video will be by Berhan, which will look at, just a second. Which will look at rethinking inclusion in AI governance. So please turn your attention to the screens.
Every day, Africa generates vast amounts of data, yet less than 5% of global data centers are on our continent. Much of our data is stored abroad, raising questions about who controls it. In CPIT's work on promoting data and AI governance, we mapped data protection and governance laws across the continent to understand how AI can be promoted in Africa for African. Out of the 54 African countries, 40 have enacted data protection legislation. These laws govern the collection, processing, storage, and sharing of personal data, aiming to protect the privacy rights of individuals and ensure accountability among data controllers and processors. Countries such as Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, Senegal, and Morocco have not only enacted comprehensive data protection laws, but have also established operational data protection authorities to enforce compliance. In some countries, multiple pieces of legislation exist, often reflecting amendments or sector-specific regulation that build on earlier frameworks. Several countries, such as the Democratic Republic of Congo, have incorporated data protection provisions within broader digital or cybersecurity laws, signaling a growing regional trend of embedding data privacy within wider digital governance laws. Despite these positive developments, about 12 African countries still lack any form of data protection legislation. The absence of such frameworks leaves personal data vulnerable to misuse and undermines trust in digital services, including AI systems. Furthermore, some countries have enacted data protection laws but have yet to establish operational regulatory bodies. This gap poses challenges in enforcement and weakens the overall impact of the legislation. 16 African countries have developed dedicated national AI strategies or policies, and more than 30 countries have enacted data protection or digital governance laws. Another 15 remain in the early stages of implementation or have no formal frameworks in place. While data protection laws are more widespread, comprehensive AI governance is still largely in its infancy across the continent. As we can see, while a majority of African countries have taken significant steps towards establishing data protection and governance frameworks, disparities remain in terms of implementation and regulatory capacity. As digital transformation accelerates across the continent, bridging these gaps will be crucial for ensuring robust data privacy, data localization, and adoption of African-centered AI. By governing our own data, Africa will be able to leverage the benefits of AI while maintaining ethical standards and protecting human rights.
Thank you for inviting me to take part in this conversation. My name is Brahan Taye. I'm a researcher and a PhD candidate at the University of Amsterdam. My talk is titled Rethinking Inclusion and Equity in AI Governance, and I'm hoping to broaden the conversation today and challenge our approach to inclusion and equity and ask we focus on harm before we start thinking about inclusion and equity. So what does it mean for us as Africans and Kenyans when we request for tech to be inclusive and equitable, when we actually know that it's been shipped and produced without us in mind or without our context and culture and reality? What does it mean to participate in AI governance when we mostly fail to see how harm is done by these tools and what is causing for the most vulnerable? For me, it's critical to have a holistic understanding of AI, and particularly referring back to the work of Kate Crawford and how her extensive work around the Atlas of AI has been critically important to demonstrate how AI actually is a marketing term. Unless we clearly ask what aspect of this marketing term are we buying into, it would be very difficult to discern the benefits and the harms and what we're being actually asked, what we're asking to be included in, and what part of it doesn't need to be equitable. So normally I prefer to talk about automated systems rather than AI and be very specific about the term and the technology so that we can fully discern the harm and the benefit without being, using sort of an umbrella term. When we say AI, actually today it can be from ChatGPT to a tool that radiologists use to detect, whether it's breast cancer or other issues. It can be facial recognition technology. So it's an umbrella of so many terms. So when we say AI governance and we want to be included in it, what aspect of it are we talking about? And I think it's critical to really examine that aspect as well. In my talk today, I will ask us to reframe the inclusion and equity and AI and broaden our perspective so that we look at the whole ecosystem of harm, and that inclusion and equity should be distributed in an equitable manner in the whole production pipeline. And I'll give three examples of harm and how we can think about inclusion and equity from these examples practically. So my first example is, for instance, in Kenya today, there are estimated to be more than thousands of workers, data workers that clean, label, and classify and calibrate and moderate automated systems. These workers often are underpaid and exploited, and they, of course, are an essential pillar of the AI production pipeline or the automated production system. As we all know, without data and without these workers, machine learning and automated decision-making systems are actually empty vessels. They do not do much without the data. You can write all the beautiful code that you want, but without data being cleaned, labeled, and given the intelligence by the workers, it's an empty vessel. This is why, for instance, currently 60 to 65% of machine learning tasks are actually data cleaning, data labeling, and data augmenting. So data workers in Kenya and other global majority countries are instrumental for this industry, and this industry is growing. Today, the data labeling sector is estimated to be $2.5 billion, and it is expected to surpass $13 billion in just a decade. So you can just imagine how profitable this industry is and how important data work and data labeling is. However, even though the industry is profitable, the workers are broke, they're underpaid and extremely exploited. And there's so many research recently that has come out that really sheds light into the work of a data worker and the life of a data worker particularly. So in our conversation around inclusion and equity, what would this look like for a data worker? The Kenyan workers today are actually the backbone of the system, and they're not getting their fair share. So if we think about inclusion and equity from their point of view, actually this products are being produced by African, Asian, and mostly Latin American labor. So it's critical not just to think about the end product, but also the role the continent plays and features in the systems. We are a critical instrument in this production, but we're not getting our fair share of the revenue that's coming out of this industry. And the workers at the end are extremely exploited. So what policies and labor protections do we need to implement so that we protect data workers from exploitation and exclusion by the companies that outsource these works? And majority of the time, these companies rarely pay tax in Kenya or in a lot of places where they outsource this work. So what does it mean to think about AI governance and inclusion and equity from this point of view? My second example is based on the gig economy and particularly Uber and Bolt drivers. Although this issue often does not grab the headlines of the Daily Nation, the Star, or even the New York Times, millions of ride-hailing app drivers across the world, and particularly in Kenya, South Africa, and Nigeria, are actually at the forefront of the fight for inclusive and equitable technology in Africa. Ride-hailing app companies such as Uber, Lyft, Didi in China, Bolt, and others use algorithmic or surge pricing to determine the wage of taxi drivers and delivery workers. So for instance, if two Boda riders using Uber Eats app or Bolt deliver food, let's say from Langata to Sarit, even if they've done the same work, they've driven the same distance, they've taken approximately the same time, the amount they'll be paid will be different. And this amount is automatically determined by the app. The black box nature of the systems means that the driver doesn't know how the fare is calculated and what data is used to determine the wage that they get at the end. But most importantly, they also don't know what kind of information about them, their interaction with the app, their interaction with the world beyond the app has been used to make a decision about how much their work is worth and how much they should be paid. Often the systems use unknown and extremely granular data to determine the wage of drivers. And these companies also use psychological tools, tricks, and they gamify work so that workers are always 2 steps behind the companies and unable to really determine how much they'll be paid for the work that they've done for the day. The algorithmic wage pricing of these companies leaves many drivers prone to wage theft and discrimination. These pricing systems, called often surge pricing or algorithmic pricing, totally disregard the concept of equal pay for equal work. And this issue is not hypothetical. It's actually, Uber is estimated to have more than 5,000 drivers in Kenya. So if you add up Uber, Bolt, and many of the other apps we have, there's so many individuals that are affected by the system. But we rarely talk about AI governance from this point of view. So how can we make sure that those working in the economy are not impacted by algorithmic wage discrimination or wage theft? What governance tools and policies do we need to craft so that we protect gig workers from exploitation? Last but not least, we know that many of the automated systems are not created with African language, culture, or context in mind. The move fast and break things motto of tech companies has harmed many vulnerable communities. So we can take, for instance, Ethiopia, Myanmar, where Facebook has been accused of automating genocide and ethnic cleansing. in countries with active conflicts such as Ethiopia, Sudan, DRC, Myanmar, Palestine, and platforms such as Facebook and others are known to have automated content moderation. And in this process of automation of content, they've supercharged genocide and ethnic cleansing and has put vulnerable communities at risk. And even worse, it has exacerbated the reality on the ground. So what would it take for our conversation that we're having today to reconceptualize inclusivity and equitability of technology from the point of view of those that have been harmed? What do we need to do in order to flip the conversation around these issues so that we start actually documenting the harms? And one of my arguments here is because we know that when we say AI, actually that it's such a big umbrella term for so many different kinds of technology. So it's a bit difficult to actually discern what are we asking to be included in and what aspect of the tool is not equitable or just or fair. So when we break it down to specific harms, it becomes much more easier to actually conceptualize what we're actually talking about. So if you break this down to workers and data workers, and how they engage with automated decision-making systems and how they're a backbone of the system and how the tool, they're actually important to produce and manufacture the tool and provide the intelligence to the tool. And equity and inclusion from that point of view becomes much more easier to actually imagine. Again, if you flip the conversation and put Uber and Bolt drivers in the room and ask, how are you being harmed? What aspect of this technology needs to change in order for you to be included? It becomes much more easier to imagine and articulate what inclusion and equity can look like in this kind of setting. Last but not least, if we again, frame the conversation around inclusion and equity and fairness around marginalized communities and ethnic minorities, and ask how have you been harmed by a system, and what design features of these tools needs to change, what policies would protect you better, it becomes much more easier, again, to imagine policy and governance interventions that could particularly address these issues so that we're empowering workers and people that are being harmed by these tools. So in conclusion, unless we're very specific about where we need inclusion and what aspect of the tool or technology needs to be equitable, it becomes very difficult to practically implement policies and change to address the issues that we have around automated systems and discrimination, exploitation, and wage theft. Therefore, it's important, I think, in this conversation today, but also beyond today, to really reimagine equity and inclusion and AI governance so that policymakers are actually enabled to address and empowered to address these tools, because there's so much ambiguity around what we mean with the AI, exploitation, harm, unless we're very specific about what intervention is needed to correct which defaults and bugs of the system, it becomes very difficult to imagine what the solution could be. So again, my call is that we reimagine equity and inclusion and really revolve it around those that have been harmed, so that we can be very specific and provide laser-focused interventions that can address the harms that are being caused by these platforms. Thank you for listening, and I wish you a wonderful deliberation. I'll leave my email with the organizer, so if you have feedback or more case studies to add to this, please let me know. Thank you so much again. Have a wonderful day.
Good afternoon. You should all have conferences so that you have men carrying podiums for you and switching on the audio. You feel very important. But thank you so much for still being here this afternoon. In Nairobi, to have people still in the room after lunch is a win. Usually people come for lunch and then they go. But you're still here. So I think you're still interested in the conversation, and rightly so, because I am about to introduce to you our next keynote speaker, who you have heard from already this morning. I can give you a clue. This speaker said that they've given you some behind the scenes about a particular process. Aha! Somebody was listening. Miss Leonida Mutuku is going to come on the podium and speak to us about harmonizing progress, striking the balance between AI innovation and regulation through data governance. Leo is a researcher. Do you want me to say her bio all over again? Do you remember her bio? I must say it because she's my friend. I have to say it. Leo is a researcher working at the intersection of inclusive artificial intelligence and development. She's an experienced data scientist with numerous peer-reviewed journal publications focused on the opportunities of data, AI, and emerging technologies. She's actually co-authoring a very interesting chapter on this, so I think you should ask her about it during dinner. Leo has led groundbreaking research on data stewardship, open data, big data, and AI in development, and her work was among the earliest to document the impacts of open data in sub-Saharan Africa. She has built an AI early warning system that supports thousands of smallholder farmers across Kenya to adapt to climate change and mitigate losses from crop failure. So she just doesn't talk about theory, she implements her theory into practical implications. She has also developed frameworks for community engagement on data and AI, and her research has informed the implementation of participatory digital governance in Kenya through the Open Government Partnership and the drafting of Kenya's AI strategy. I think the key term here is participatory digital governance. Leo is big about communities, and she ensures that she gets feedback from communities as she's implementing her work. She regularly leverages her expertise and platforms to ensure African experiences, contexts, and voices are represented in the global discourse on data and AI. Ms. Mituku is the AI Research Director at the Local Development Research Institute. She's also a serial entrepreneur and the co-founder of SILT, a new 501c3 nonprofit, and IntelliPro, an African analytics company. Previously, she led the research and data science teams at the iHub, Nairobi's premier innovation hub, which is responsible for some of us knowing each other. Hi, Isaac. She holds a Bachelor in Science in Actuarial Science and a Master's in Business Analytics and Big Data, and she's one of the best people that I know. Please put your hand together for Leo.
After that introduction, I feel like Melissa has already given the rest of my talk. She hinted to a number of the things that I did want to speak to you today about. So please excuse my voice. I'm sure in the earlier panel you were wondering why I'm sounding so off. But literally, if this was last week, I would not have been able to give this talk. So allow me to sort of read it so that I conserve my energy. Thank you. So as Melissa said, I think I'm very big on community and centering the people that we work with in our work. So I'll begin by just probably using how our approach to to explain this really difficult topic. For innovators in the room, you know that when you are asked to comply with regulations, especially when you're starting up, it feels like a burden, and you're like, where do we start? But hopefully, through the examples I share with how we've approached our work, we'll be able to understand that it's not only necessary, but actually an added bonus to how we are innovating and moving, pushing the needle forward. So we started building the AI that Melissa has described in 2022. And of course, it seemed like an uphill task, primarily because we needed to collect ground truth data. A lot of agriculture data sets, especially when you think about indigenous vegetables, which are very, like they're only localized to a context, you will not find those in AI systems. So we had to, on a weekly basis, over 6 seasons, visit more than 3,000 farmers and collect this ground truth data. So when we say that there's no data in Africa, someone actually has to do the work, and we took it upon ourselves to try and contribute to the commons some agriculture-relevant data for our context. So from the get-go, we were very aware that we will be immersing ourselves in our communities, where we have over many years built trust due to other advisory projects we've been doing within these communities. And so we wanted to make sure that if we are going to collect data from them, we need to make sure that it is done in a responsible manner. So the data we collect ranges from personally identifying information from name, phone number, to the polygons, the farm boundaries, and how many people are in the household. So we probably know as much about some of these communities as the state, all the way from what they planted to what they harvested. So after 6 seasons, we've just completed the 6th one, and many gigabytes of data later, we knew, based on our contract agreements, that we'll have to open source this data. So I'll probably give an anecdote about Melissa at this point. We also work with satellite data, and one day I took her to Planet, who some of you might know provide high-resolution satellite imagery. And while we were there, they were showcasing the capabilities of this satellite data. And Melissa was like, "You mean you can look at State House from here? And the airport? Wow, this is so dangerous." So you can imagine that's the data we build our models with. What does that make us? We could decide to be altruistic, or we could decide to cause harm to our communities because of that level of detail. I mean, this is like 30, from 30 centimeter resolution to 3-meter resolution. I can actually, depending on the time of the day, probably see you playing outside with your kids in your compound. So we are custodians of that data, and remember, we have enriched it with ground truth data from the farms. We know exactly what was planted, on which day, and how much was harvested, and we have been monitoring the progress of these plants over the period of the planting season. So, of course, now we have to then build in governance considerations to our work to ensure that we do protect our communities, but also protect ourselves within the law. So the first thing, of course, is each time we visited a farmer, we would obtain informed consent, meaning that we will tell them, today we are back, the same people from last week, and this is what we are want to do in the farm. This is the data we will collect. And of course, some farmers might not be comfortable, and many dropped out of the project. Some wanted to know, why really do you need this data? Are you spying on us? Do you want to monitor our harvest so that you steal from us? So you see, by the time we are taking, all these audio notes from the farmers themselves, we have their farm boundaries. It was really important for us to explain over and over again what we will use the data for and why we are coming back today, yet we were there last week. So we had to communicate that this data will be used for development of disease detection tools, pest monitoring, yield prediction, advisory generation, and how third parties will engage with it. Remember, we need to open source this data. The second thing that we had to do, even before we began the project and have been renewing it annually, is making sure we are compliant with the Data Protection Office. So we have our, we have our licenses as a data processor and controller. We have a research license that we renew every year from NACOSTI, who are the National Council for Science and Technology Innovation in Kenya. And we have a data protection officer in our company who has helped us establish the data policies that we treat this data with. It seems, again, burdensome for an innovator who just wants to build models and move on. But again, we centered our communities and the people that we are going to gain benefit from at the center of this project. The third thing that we considered in terms of data governance and AI governance here is now looking at the actual data itself. Given that we collect this data on such a high frequency, we needed to make sure that the data is of high quality, of course, and ultimately we'll be able to provide useful information to the farmers. So we worked very closely with the farmers themselves and trained them on our data collection methods, how to make sure when they're taking photos, there are no shadows or occlusions, and to also help them understand what it means to cross-reference data to the satellite imagery. We worked with our agronomists to annotate the crop images. So if you want to know what is halo blight or I don't know, leaf rust, I don't know how they look like. I have photos, many of them, with those diseases, and our agronomists would help us annotate and make sure the annotation is of high quality. So now this comes to the part where we need to be considerate and have been working towards trying to understand where possible, are we able to explain to the farmers and the ultimate end users of our AI what the models actually mean and what a decision from the model means, right? So that explainability angle, it's difficult to do it, but I think for us, given that we're doing computer vision, it's easier to explain what you're getting from the data inputs. We regularly validate our models. So even after the consistent data collection ended, we still do spot checks to make sure that whatever the models are predicting is still what is happening on the ground. And so keeping sure that we refresh our models and our data. And then you've heard me mention the farmer a lot. So they were at the core of our work. And this was really also to help us ensure that as we are recruiting these farmers, we are considerate of age, gender, the agronomic zone distribution, and different, basically diversity in who is sharing their data with us and how their data will be represented in the system. Then going back to the agronomists, this is how we still have human-in-the-loop interventions. This means that while we are still monitoring the models for accuracy, we do have, again, the agronomists making sure that before a farmer makes a decision, before they have to add phosphorus or nitrate to their NPK, that's the fertilizer, to their crops, then we need, it is the actual thing that they need to do. So having said this, these are considerations that I think would be easy to, if you planned in advance, to implement in your innovation projects right from the get-go, and ensuring that your data sets have representation and are produce fair models. So, of course, the next challenge came up in how we will eventually open up this rich data, mindful that we do want to maintain some competitive advantage, but at the same time contribute back to the research community. And together with Albert here and the Lacuna Fund, we have built a toolkit to really help people open up high-quality training data sets that are very considerate from the communities that the data was collected, but at the same time can produce high-quality, reproducible AI research. So despite this experience, I think it's still important for us to acknowledge that there are challenges and open questions, some of which Mugambi mentioned earlier in the panel on data governance, especially in the context of AI. So I've painstakingly tried to put governance vis-a-vis the actual data collection process to show practicality. But many of the innovators in the room or in our country do not do that. They actually will just fine-tune a ChatGPT model or whatever it is, and scrape data from some website and try to use that as their model. So then, how then do you enforce responsibility and data governance when that is the actual practice on the ground? There's a well-cited paper that I tend to roll back to once in a while called The Open Problems in Technical AI Governance, and it touches on some specific data governance issues. So the first thing is, when you have such a massive amount of training data set, ours was collected painstakingly over time, but when you're scraping or using what is called streaming data to run your models, how do you identify what is the problematic bit of that data set and ensure that, for instance, if you have scraped copyrighted data, or there are specific name entities that are not widely known that would expose the privacy of someone who contributed to the data set, how would you do that? Secondly, we are pushing for regulators to, enforce AI governance, but for external audits, there needs to be we need to develop methods for people to be able to, probe the models without infringing on competitive advantage or privacy of the companies producing them. So due to the size and complexity of where AI is going, it will be really important to try and solve that data governance issue, because this is not something you can eyeball. This one will need creativity. One of the biggest needs for data governance is that the data sharing frameworks I mentioned earlier. It is important, like just the way the other data governance frameworks we took helped us produce high quality data that we can train our models on quickly. Data sharing frameworks is what a lot of people are asking for. Government is sitting on data. Met departments, the ones who do the forecasting, are seated on data, but they have mandates to sell that data. And you want them to open it up to you just like that for your AI models. That's not possible. So how do we make sure that we have data sharing frameworks that are agreeable to people, including considerations of federated databases? Again, I mentioned this earlier. Can I expose people to my data without necessarily centralizing it and still provide that benefit of access to shared data? And how then would, who actually would we appoint then to be the one auditing these models? In this room, do we have the capacity, that technical AI governance, to make sure that training data sets don't contribute to a specific bias or discrimination? Probably not. So we need a lot more of that capacity from people who have lived in this context, people who will understand that my farmer in Kiambu thought that I was going to steal their crop when I was collecting data from them. We need those people being actively involved in oversight on data systems and supporting the innovation for regulators to audit data. So earlier on, we had that there are 40, gosh, there are not that many African countries. There are 40 African countries with some form of data governance framework, but most of them only look at privacy, but there is a lot more consideration when it comes to the technical aspects of data and AI governance. And hopefully we will see with the new policies, with the new strategies, people looking at specific governance or of data to train models that might not necessarily be about human beings, or rather may not be personally identifying information. And for the innovators in the room, one thing that we need to do is not assume that because we have asked farmers for their data and they say yes, they actually know what their data right is. again, going back to our farmers, we've spent time with them the last few months, training them on their data rights and AI rights, what it means for another tech startup, not necessarily us, coming back to them and asking for their data, how they can, what redress mechanisms they have, what the Data Protection Act requires. It is quite a heavy lift trying to, break that down in local language to our farming community, because many of them are over the age of, 60. Some did not go to school, but you're trying to explain to them this digital mechanism, because we know that it is our responsibility to make sure that we don't extract from our communities, but we also support them with the tools to be able to protect their own data and data rights. So I think that should be a call to action for us, is that even as we are thinking of very, very, not flamboyant, very technical or wanting to reach a specific standard for data governance, we still have to remember that we are governing someone's data, and there are implications to their contribution to your data set. And so we have to take care and really be concerned about how we do that. And in the absence of regulatory frameworks, I think developing codes of conduct that we publish publicly and abide to can also help keep the innovation community responsible. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that keynote address, and I think it is the right time to lead us into our next panel, which is the last panel for today, that will look at data governance in shaping the AI regulatory landscape in Africa. This panel is going to be moderated by Mr. Joshua Kitili, and Joshua Kitili is a researcher and an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. He also holds an LLM in information technology and telecommunications law. His main interests lie at the evolving intersections of law and technology, with particular expertise in data privacy, the regulation of AI, IP, and broader issues in information technology. Help me welcome Joshua Kitili.
Good afternoon, everyone. So at this point, I'll invite the panelists. So I'll start with Ms. Elingwe Dube. So Ms. Dube is an expert on information rights, including freedom of expression, access to information, and data protection, complemented by strong expertise of technologies intersection with human rights. She's finalizing her doctoral studies, focusing on the complex dynamics of state surveillance in the context of human rights and public security. Currently based at the Center for Human Rights, University of Pretoria, as a project manager of the Expression, Information and Digital Rights Unit, she oversees projects that include freedom of expression, access to information, data protection, elections, digital rights, and related themes at the nexus of democracy, technology, and human rights. She's also an independent consultant on the mentioned areas. Next is Professor Idrissa. Yeah, so as Idrissa is coming, yeah, you can give him a round of applause. So he's a full professor of big data and data science at the University of Sheikh Anta Diop. I think it's UCAD. So he's currently the director of the Research and Training Center on Web Technologies, vice chairman of the African Top-Level Domain Organization, managing director of the CCTLD Registry of Senegal, or NIC Senegal, and coordinator of the Data Innovation Center for AI at UCAD. He leads the management and implementation of several projects, including SenAgro, Data Science Training Kit for Smart Agriculture in Senegal, Agricultural Data Sharing and Protection for Ethical and Responsible Valorization in Africa, Initiative for the Development of AI, Senegal. Next, I'll invite Nashilongo. Can also give a round of applause. Nashilongo is a public interest technologist. She's also a researcher in technology and governance. She has previously served in the Namibian Presidential Task Force for the 4IR, where she chaired the Subcommittee on Infrastructure and National Data. She's a media and communications lecturer at the Namibia University of Science and Technology and the founding president and board member of the Internet Society Namibia chapter and an advisor of the Namibia National Working Group on Internet Governance Forum. Next, I'll invite Victor Ndede. You can also give him a round of applause. So Victor is a lawyer and privacy professional who currently serves at Amnesty International Kenya as the Technology and Human Rights Manager. In this role, he provides legal and policy analysis and thought leadership to inform Amnesty International Kenya digital rights programs and campaigns in Kenya. He leads a talented program team working on strengthening data governance in Kenya and East Africa, besides working on digital rights for children and young people. All right, welcome everyone. So building up on the keynote from Leonida, this session will focus on data governance in shaping the AI regulatory landscape. So we'll look at different aspects of data governance, and this includes innovation and data protection, also the role of national, regional laws, including cross-border data flows, and aligning also with global practices, and also the role of and how African countries implement localization strategies. So, I'll start with Professor Idrissa. So we'll start with the first question. As a leader in data science and AI innovation, how can African countries develop data governance frameworks that balance promoting AI innovation with ensuring ethical data use, particularly in resource-constrained environments?
Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. Nangen def. There is just one who responded correctly. That means, how are you doing? If I'm not mistaken, I was invited to speak in French.
Yeah.
Because they want you to use your headset. It's not my fault. I'm sorry. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Modérateur, pour cette question.
Mr. Moderator, for this question. I think Leo has really set the stage for this conversation. She has really emphasized, she's talked about the process of collecting data. And when you talk about innovation, you talk about quality data. Because without quality data, without viable data, you cannot have innovations that will have an impact. And that means that it is absolutely necessary to ensure that you have high quality data. That can be achieved in two ways: by producing the data yourself, generating the data yourself, or going to look for data through data repositories or looking for data on websites, reliable websites. I would like to concentrate my intervention on these two types of data generation. Relating to data generation, she said she spent 3 years to collect data. She had to go to the field many times, to the farms, discuss with the producers to obtain the information that she needed. That's a very specific case. But when we look at this from a global point of view, at the national level or at the international level, you cannot always go to the field to collect data. It's not possible, because even the data that you use is not necessarily fast primary data. Most data comes from social media, from websites captured by others. It could also be data that comes from tools that you use, like M-Pesa or other types of tools. So that makes me say that the first source that we may have to have a good governance that will allow us to have a balance between innovations and promotions of innovation and the ethical use of data is that our countries, our structures must master the tools that generate data. You cannot use tools that are coming from outside or data that is stocked out abroad and think that these tools that are producing the data will allow you to have quality data. So that is the first dimension in terms of generation. We need to make sure that there is no disconnect between our governance frameworks and our strategies, our digital transformation strategies. We often concentrate on AI strategies, but before AI, there is the digital strategies. And today, if we don't have that, today we don't have this connection, because it's through the digital strategy that we will know which tools we need to develop, who needs to develop them. To conclude, the second dimension is the particularity of going to look for data. And that's what we do often. I think some recommendations were given, but what I would like to add is that we need to be very vigilant when you go to the internet to get data, because of the data we often get does not correspond to your needs. And so you're obliged to do cross-matching of data from different sources. And if there is biases, that can amplify the biases. So in the case of the governance frameworks must take into consideration that, so that the collection, analysis, and treatment meets the minimal conditions. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Professor Idrissa. Yeah, so I think you have emphasized on the importance of data quality, which is an important aspect. So with that in mind, I'll move forward to Ms. Dube. So building on that, can you let us know how can inclusive governance models be designed to represent the underrepresented communities in AI policy making?
Where do I push? Okay, it's already on. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. This is not a joke. Good afternoon. Thank you. So I just want to make sure that we are live and you are listening to me. So we had a bit of a practice with Joshua on how he was going to pronounce my name. Like how he used to navigate his tongue, but it didn't work out. So my name is Hlengiwe Dube. That's how it's pronounced, Hlengiwe. So thank you very much for the question. And for the previous session where we had Leo, when she was speaking, I was like, oh, okay. So my section of my submission is answered, because she was addressing some of the issues that I'm supposed to talk about, the issue of including the communities, especially the marginalized communities. And I just want to reiterate the points that she made, that aspect of inclusion, and I like also the practical aspect of actually going into these communities and getting the data that we said we don't have. And she said something about if it's not there, somebody has to get it, and they actually have practical experience of undertaking such kind of work. So to answer your question, what she did is a model of what is supposed to be done and replicated in different sectors. They actually do that in the context of agriculture, and this can be replicated in different sectors or in different contexts. That's a practical form of, the marginalized communities being included. And just building on that as well, so this is just being done to ensure that no one is left behind when we are looking at these technological transformations that we are experiencing and the advancements by including the communities. But how does that happen? We have to create a conducive environment also, decentralized approaches for these communities to actually be able to be included. And, if you don't have those decentralized structures, how will the communities then be included? So you have to have that conducive environment for communities to participate. And also, a stakeholder representation in those communities is also very important to ensure that AI policy-making bodies include representation also of the different sectors, even in those communities. I was just looking at the conversation today and tomorrow, and I was thinking of persons with disabilities, for instance. How do we include them? There's somewhere here in Nairobi, there's a conference that is taking place on digital knowledge. It's something that was raised also in the morning. I think it's something that we can consider, the integration of indigenous knowledge systems and practices into AI governance frameworks as well. So in a nutshell, let me just stop there.
All right. Thank you for that. So proceeding on just from that point, so what ethical issues should African policymakers focus on when creating AI data rules to protect marginalized groups and include diverse languages and cultures?
On the ethical issues, let me just reference a few of them. Issues around bias and representation, which I've already spoken about, the issue of representation, but ensuring that AI systems are trained in diverse data sets that accurately represent the demographies, taking into account, language, taking into account the different cultures and, the different groups in our African populations. So in looking at this, that would include collecting data from various regions so that you have a good representation, and also a good representation of different regions and different communities, so that you avoid discriminatory outcomes. That's one of the issues. And also adoption of mitigation strategies as well, to identify and mitigate some of the biases that come with some of these AI algorithms, and ensuring that AI systems don't perpetuate the already existing inequalities, because we are already living in a society that is, inequalities in different layers and in different forms. So we don't want them to be perpetuated in AI systems. So how we have to come up with mitigatory measures to ensure that is addressed. And also the issue of language and cultural inclusivity as well, and also for instance, adopting AI applications that reflect cultural context. Where is our African reality in the AI systems? And do the AI systems that we use, do they support multiple African languages, or do they enable broader usability or broader access? So how do we do that? We have to create language models that are trained on African languages. That is very important, and dialects to ensure accurate and culturally appropriate interactions. But also another ethical issue to consider is that of ethical data practices. For instance, the issue of consent. We know that when you are looking at data governance, consent is a very complex issue, navigating issues around consent. But we need to establish very clear and understandable consent processes for data collection, for ensuring that individuals are fully informed of their data that will be used. When Leo is going out to the communities, agencies, how do they navigate the issue around consent, for instance, in data collection, in data security as well, issues around data privacy, issues around data security, and therefore the need to implement some robust data protection measures so that the data can be safeguarded, and ensuring also the security of the individual's data that will have been collected or processed, particularly when it comes to the most vulnerable members of our society. Another very important ethical issue is that of transparency and accountability, ensuring that AI data practices, by providing very clear information about data sources, usage, decision-making processes, we have to establish accountability mechanisms. Why? To address any misuse or any harm resulting from AI systems. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that, and for also emphasizing the importance of having an inclusive community environment, especially for communities. I think it's a very important thing. So right now we'll move into data protection laws, and I'll go straight to Victor. So Victor, so how do national data protection laws shape the governance of artificial intelligence?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Joshua. I think one of the questions that always comes is how data and AI are linked, and I think one of the things that most of us here would know is AI is built on data. And so, in a nutshell, garbage in, garbage out. And so, the integrity, the accuracy, the efficacy of data collected for AI systems is what will determine the effectiveness and applicability of that AI tool or system. And so if we get it wrong on the data side, there's very little chance that we'll be successful on the AI side. And so very much national data protection laws have to have an impact in how AI systems and tools are designed and applied. And one of the things we see is that when I reflect on this question, I think of applying sort of data protection principles to AI. And here you have your questions around what lawful basis is applied in collection and use of that data or for that AI system. Because if we require anyone else, and one of the things that at times gets missed or conflated is developers and even deployers of AI systems would often, and in most cases, be also data controllers. And so that then would mean that the provisions of the Data Protection Act would then apply to them in any of the jurisdictions where they have data protection laws. And so if you ask yourself, in the collection of personal data that is used to train these systems, what is then the lawful basis for collection and processing of this data? Because often, at times we've gotten the argument that we don't use personal, or some systems don't need to use personal data to build the systems, but in most cases we realize actually personal data is used to train some of these models. And so we must have to ask ourselves, what is the lawful basis through which these AI developers and deployers are actually utilizing to develop these systems? Because most of these systems or most of these models are trained on vast amounts of data. And it can't just be a question around consent. And there are very many lawful bases. And one of the dangers of many data controllers and processors has always been relying on consent as the only lawful basis for processing data. But there are many other lawful bases. The other thing to think through in how national data protection laws are responding to this space is around the principles around data minimization and purpose limitation. We have had a lot of concern around how much data is collected, how much is actually needed to train this model, tool, or system. In many events, we've seen that we actually end up with invasive and massive amounts of data collection beyond what is actually necessary for building some of these tools and systems. And so when we have seen pushback on some of these things, there's always been a question around purpose, limitation, data minimization. And there was even a live case on whatever data was being collected by Tools for Humanity WorldCoin. And it goes back to even my first point. What was really the lawful basis for them collecting irises or iris scans? And then, because most people knew that perhaps then this would give them the WorldCoin ID, but there was also the understanding that this data was actually being collected to train a system also. And so that brings you to the next point around transparency and accountability that data protection laws push data controllers and processors to comply with. Are you transparent in how you've built a system? Are you accountable? Should there be a challenge or a problem arise with the use of a system that you've developed? Questions around how decisions are made. And we're actually seeing this increasingly being done. And if I speak for Kenya, for example, we now have AI supporting decisions in healthcare and social health insurance scoring, credit scoring, higher education funding. Is all AI-based. But the transparency on how this system was built, how the decisions are being made, are things that are not told to us. And that also means there's one more thing that data protection laws at the national level introduce, which is data protection impact assessments. And I've often been an advocate that data protection impact assessments should actually be viewed as human rights impact assessments, because data protection laws primarily give effect to the right to privacy. And so if you're doing a data protection impact assessment, at the end of that data protection impact assessment is always a human subject. And so what impact does this system have on this person? And I'm sure if someone did a DPI on some of these systems deployed, especially here in Kenya, they would actually see that some of these systems are going to lead to severe harm to the users of these systems. I think I'll stop at that, Joshua.
All right. Thank you for that, Victor. Building on that, and now coming to cross-border data issues, what policy challenges do you think may arise when sharing AI-relevant data across borders and under differing regulatory regimes?
Well, that was still for me.
Yeah.
All right. I think one of the challenges, policy challenges we're seeing across the region that of course would affect AI is around stringent data localization policies. Because when you impose stringent data localization requirements on data controllers or on anyone in that country, it means that data has to be stored within a certain jurisdiction, which then means that for those who are building systems or models that require a lot of data aggregated at one point for that to be used to develop a system or a tool, then it means they cannot actually do that, because either they do that in the country where there's strict data localization requirement, or they actually don't do it. And so, and even from a rights perspective, we have had issues with data localization, stringent data localization requirements, because at times it has meant that perhaps it's just states that want to get this data quickly to deal with the dissidents, and we have seen this especially in recent chatter around localization of social media usage data. The other thing across data protection regimes that we see under policy challenges is the consent requirement standards across different legislation, and this of course has meant that where it's difficult to get either consent or it's difficult to use the route of consent, you look for a market that this actually works better. And it actually creates that thing for the race to the bottom, like the legislation or the regulatory requirement becomes stiff in Kenya, that company X migrates from Kenya, moves to another country where the legislation is weaker. And so it's one of the things that we keep saying, we keep talking about in terms of harmonization of data protection and data governance, because it makes no sense that someone, and it happened in this country, that a company facing strong regulatory action actually packed up, went and opened shop in another country where the space was favorable. And so you ask yourself, are we going to achieve anything if that is allowed for companies to actually forum shop where they can face the least stringent laws. And remember, we are a market. We are talking about the common continental free trade area, a common market. Even within the East African region, we have already done our customs union integration and our common markets integration. Means business, goods, services are free flowing across the borders. And so if one country has strong legislation and a regulatory environment, what stops this company from just setting shop in the next country, which has weak regulatory or none, and still perform the tasks that they need to perform, given that there's already free flow of goods and services? I think the other thing that is a policy challenge linked to that is also enforcement mechanisms that differ across. There are places where we encourage and we are pro bring it all, and there are places where they're trying to be stringent. And what you have seen is these companies keep moving around, forum shopping, developers forum shopping. And the thing is, for us to get to, and I think a lot of the conversations have been around, what would this look like for the continent? We keep having, of course, a continental conversation, but very limited continental enforcement regulation happening in the first place. So we'll say what happens in Kenya, she'll talk about what happens in SA, Namibia, but at a regulatory point, we all divert, we diverge at that point. And then it becomes difficult for actually us to hold anyone to account when you're talking about the ethics and transparency and accountability in AI. And so in as much, I think one of the policy challenges that is going to bedevil us as a continent is going to be the fragmentation in the regulatory landscape. And it's not because regulation should stifle development of AI. Regulation should ensure that everyone has the chance to fairly develop anything they want, but also remember at the end of that tool system, there's a human, and human rights have to be centered in that development. I'll stop at that.
All right. Thank you, Victor. So right now we go to Nashilongo. Building on what Victor has talked about, especially cross-border data flows, in what ways can regional data governance frameworks promote inclusive and cross-border AI innovation?
Thank you, Joshua, for the question, and good afternoon, everyone, again. I think to answer the question, Joshua, there's a need for intentional multi-stakeholder inclusion in the conversation related to the governance and the development of frameworks. I think that should be one. That the rooms that ensure that these frameworks are implemented, adopted at local level, including in the regulations, as mentioned by Victor. Those rooms need to be inclusive of all stakeholders. I think many of us know here that if government wants to pass laws very quickly, they will choose who to be in the room, and they will not be problematic towards them in making sure that they raise the necessary questions. But the other one is also the harmonization of focus and approaches as we attain to achieve cohesive goals for Africa. So from the Malabo Convention, for instance, and that deals with the data, to considering the principles of the African Union AI strategy. Just a sort of a focused approach that countries could adopt and shapes those regulations locally. I think that could be one. The other one, I just have some notes here, is that all these are supposedly seeking to have an informed approach, funneling into the achievement of Agenda 2063 broadly, but also meeting the goals of the AFCTA to be specific, as well as also contending with national goals. And I think these are some of the things that Victor was mentioning. But in terms of the cross-border, dealing with cross-border issues to attain AI innovation, there needs to be some sort of balance, right? Balance with sovereign interest. I think Victor again was mentioning about data sovereignty and issues of data localization. I just want to pause here and really reflect for instance, for countries like Namibia, which has been, even after colonialism, we still sort of suffer economic colonialism from our bigger brothers or bigger economic brothers like South Africa. Most of our banks are of South African descent, our insurance. Think of anything that really contains a lot of data that could help innovation, AI innovation within the country. So we still have those. And then we also have imbalances in terms of, I think, regionally as an African country, in terms of the adoption of, or even the implementation of data protection laws. I'm not too sure. I think I've lost count in terms of how many countries have actually set up data protection laws. For Namibia, for instance, we don't have a data protection law until now. We also don't have a cybersecurity law now, right? So we have those imbalances. So how do we make sure then that there's harmonization at that level? I think lastly, I also just want to place emphasis here on recognizing those gaps in implementation and adoption. As we are thinking of regional implementation within the regulations, what do we deal with the gaps that exist with countries that do not have laws, with countries where conversations such as this has not started to take place yet, practices of data harvesting is still taking place, but also AI innovation and deployment is taking place. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I think right now we can move into global standards and localization strategies. So I'll go back to Professor Idrissa. From a technical perspective, what are the practical challenges in implementing interoperable data governance systems across African countries to support AI?
Merci encore.
Thank you very much, Joshua, for this relevant question, which is very important to us. I think there are three challenges that I could bring about. The first one is the infrastructural challenge. I think that my colleague has just talked about it. It was, from the framework, the regulatory framework. We also have the same problem in regard to infrastructure. I think recently in another network, another collaboration network, they awarded us close to $1 million to purchase infrastructure. And each university had to give their needs. And when we saw the solution given by various universities, we realized that we are not at the same level. Some were, using internet, others were, we could not even invest this money in IA. So this is a challenge to ensure that for the various countries we have infrastructures that allow, from a technical aspect, have some interoperability. The second point is what I would call the fragmentation of digital systems. I could give an example by a case that I experienced 6 months ago. I was asked to support a national agency in Senegal with the view of developing their new digital strategy. And, when they hired me as a consultant, their objective was to make sure that artificial intelligence was used as being the driver of their future work. And I told them, this is excellent. Let's go. Let's work on this. We'll start by undertaking a diagnosis of what is there. And when we did that diagnosis together, we realized that they had digital tools already. But these digital tools were not operational, They were happy to tell us we have several tools, and what is remaining is to use the data from these tools and start, making links. But we realize that these are under copyrights, they are black boxes, and sometimes or even gray boxes. And therefore, even though they were they imagined that they could modify them, they had to get permission from the owners. And I told them, this system of yours is fragmented because it is not interoperational. I still observed that problem in the healthcare section. I have also observed it in various other sectors. So what does this suggest? It suggests that if at the local levels, in a country, in a sector, we have this fragmentation, what would happen at the continental level? And this means that it will be very difficult. It's not impossible, though. It's possible because today we have the knowledge to, integrate data or have the integration of various systems. I know several people, sometimes are scared of doing this work. Why? Recently, it was asked of us to come up with a proposal on how to collect data in digital health. My proposal was that people should use whichever system they wanted to put in place, and that in our case we would put in place an interface that would allow us to integrate these systems. I was alone in this quest because other people started saying we need to build new systems in order to have some cohesion, some harmony. And when if we continue working this way, we will always start at zero. It's not a good option. So it's just to tell you that this fragmentation is an end, and that people are, scared of addressing it as it should be. And this brings me to the last point that I would like to highlight, which is what we call talent, competencies. Because in order to do this type of work, we need to have competencies. So we need skills in big data and technologies of integration, and people well trained at the continental level. And if I tell you that there are countries in Africa today that do not have masters in those domains, degrees in those domains, and the only degree that people can get training is at the undergraduate level, you could therefore understand how it is difficult, to have how this problem is quite complex. So I would like to say that these are challenges that are tremendous, but there are also challenges that call for us to have more collaboration. I am convinced that in looking for, researching what Leo has done, what my colleagues in Nigeria have done on benefiting from the best practices, we could obtain something that could allow us to address these challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Professor. So right now I'll go back to Ms. Dube. So I'd like to know, how can African countries align their AI and data governance policies with international standards? For example, the GDPR, you also have the UNESCO AI ethics, while prioritizing local socio-economic needs, such as digital inclusion.
Thank you. Yes, indeed, African countries are supposed to align their standards with international standards. And this alignment ensures that, we are adhering to global practices and adapting them to our local realities in promoting ethical AI development and ethical equitable access. So in the how of it, we have to use obviously the multi-stakeholder approach, which involves engaging obviously different stakeholders, such as the policymakers, our academia, our civil society organizations, the communities that we were referring to earlier on, ensuring that there are inclusion dimensions, gender dimensions as well, taken into account in the whole policy making process. And in that context as well, just to expand on inclusion,
it becomes a core component of that kind of alignment, which includes ensuring that there are equitable access. There's equitable access to digital technologies and promoting digital literacy as well. We know that's a big issue on the continent. Whilst we are embracing, technological advancements in its different forms, there's a reality of the low levels of literacy generally, but also low levels of whether it's media literacy or it's digital literacy. So when we are looking at the issue of digital inclusion, that has to be a very important aspect, so that when we go, for instance, to the communities that Leo was talking about, we also have to take into account, the levels of literacy in those communities and find innovative ways of including those communities. But also at the level of policy making, it's something that has to be taken into account, so that at implementation, there is already a policy basis that guides how to deal with issues such as digital inclusion and digital literacy. And leveraging on international standards as well, we are leveraging on these as benchmarks, but adopting them based on our own realities. I'll give an example of what the African Commission on Human and People's Rights did in the access to information space. The African Commission developed a model law on access to information for Africa, which provides legislative guidance to state on how to develop access to information legislation. But the idea was that that can then be transposed into the different jurisdictions based on the realities. So for instance, a country that doesn't have an access to information law draws inspiration from the model law on developing their own piece of legislation, but taking into account what is currently, their reality, their challenges, or the lived experience in that particular country. Also, the aligning of with these, benchmarks or the standards is also to ensure that we have a basis upon which that can guide also the development of local capacity and infrastructure, which is essential for AI governance. And just to have also the relevant institutions to provide the kind of capacity and the training, but also just to monitor as well and evaluate the AI policies to ensure that they are not just there to decorate our frameworks. Right now on the continent, you'll find there's a strategy that has been developed there, there's a policy that has been developed there, there's a piece of legislation. Our legal frameworks will be nicely decorated, nicely laced with these very good instruments. But to what extent will they be implemented effectively for the benefit of every individual in that jurisdiction? Thank you.
Thank you for that. So right now I'll go back to Victor. As a privacy professional, what role should civil society and private sector partnerships play in ensuring AI governance respects human rights while promoting innovation in Africa?
Yeah, thanks, Joshua. I think there's, of course, a great area of synergy between civil society actors, private sector, and even government. And that's why I think Lengiwe has kept talking about the multi-stakeholderism in the sector, in the space, and how we need to involve everyone in this conversation. And I think one of the things that we even saw here was the multi-stakeholder approach in Kenya's national AI strategy. It was not a state-led initiative, it was not a private sector-led initiative, it was a multi-stakeholder initiative. And that's a step in the right direction, so that it's not one sector to the exclusion of the rest, but it's all of us thinking through from our different lenses on how to incorporate our different things into that strategy. And that means then, of course, you get ownership of some of these things. Like the National AI Strategy has a level or has a sense of ownership amongst all sector professionals in the space, be it from government, private sector, academia. Everyone talks about it because they participated in its development. And I think, for me, that's one of the key things that needs to continue happening here, but also across the continent in taking multi-stakeholder approaches to policy development in this very complex space. Because often what has happened is if one sector is excluded, then they present numerous hurdles, and then it becomes very difficult to progress, and you keep going back and forth on a policy document. While you're struggling with policy, others are developing tools and systems. And so that, for me, is one of the core things that needs to continue happening in countries where it happens, and needs to start happening in countries where it does not happen. And I think when you look at what the role of civil society organizations or actors in this space is also the aspect of just algorithmic audits and assessments. Because when I started, I talked about data being the foundation of AI, and going back to garbage in, garbage out. So bias in, bias out. So if we put in the biases into the system, the biases will of course come out when the system is, or the tool is deployed. And from a human rights standpoint, one thing that is of course concerning to us is if you do not get a space to either do algorithmic audits or assessments of some of these tool systems and models, then the challenge that comes is it's very difficult to monitor privacy violations, exclusion, biases that are inherent in these systems, and all that. And so it's very important that civil society actors engage in monitoring and sort of auditing some of these systems. And this is not an exclusive preserve of civil society, also academia, because we have a lot of researchers in academia who can actually just go in and do some of these algorithmic audits and assessments. The other thing that needs to continue happening is training and capacity building on AI as a subject itself, because the understanding of AI in this room may be great, but the users and at times even the deployers of this may not have the knowledge that we have. And so it may be good to have these tools, but the uptake may be another thing, and the usage may be another thing. And that's why we said we could actually get the tools and systems being used for other nefarious purposes, based on how much capacity someone has to utilize such a system. And so this training and capacity building should not just be on of course the human rights side of AI, but also the applicability, usability of AI, so that it's not just it's not just a discourse for a select group of people. Broaden the scope, broaden the conversation, bring everyone on board. I think the one thing that I would really love to see from private companies, or the private sector rather, is around ethical development of AI. I know a lot has been said around ethical development, but here we have two things: the privacy by design bit, and also the ethical AI by design. But you see, if we do not check the data side, then it means that we cannot solve some of these issues once the system has been built. So think about it, that a model is built on biased data, and then later we are now struggling to actually say we are trying to check the ethics of this system. So it has to be ethics in design, privacy by design. And privacy by design goes to, how are you collecting the data that you're using to build? You know, have you factored in all those data protection principles from data minimization, purpose limitation, all those things? Have they been factored in so that you say this is actually a privacy by design system? Because it can't be privacy when it comes to it, you cannot start thinking about it when either your system is being audited or someone is checking through your system, is when you're trying to look at areas where I could actually have complied with privacy. It has to be right from the data collection, building upwards. The last thing that perhaps I would speak to on the private sector side is transparency, and accountability. Because often we don't have a lot of transparency on the build, the applicability, everything around this system. So it's either hidden behind pages and pages of notices, or at times none. And so we need transparency on how some of these systems are built, how they are working. And you see, the Kenyan example I just gave, I'll go back to it for ease. A system is now determining what someone should pay for their social health insurance. A system is determining how much you qualify for in higher education loans. But if you ask the average user of that portal or system, they have no clue how that system works. And so then, depending on how much misinfo, disinfo they have, they answer questions on those systems and end up actually getting themselves a very negative outcome, just because they don't know how it works. And so if there was transparency on the side of whoever deployed that system or whoever deployed that system on this is how this thing works, then you take us a step further to actually realizing ethical use of AI. But the moment it's obscure, it's opaque, it's very difficult to actually say this is ethical application of AI. And I think a lot was, just one point that perhaps I could add is how much is being invested in ethical AI research. You know, we've seen sometimes where things become thick, the easiest budgets to slash are usually research and development budgets. But how much are private actors investing in responsible AI research or ethical AI research so that they keep addressing some of these growing concerns? Because what were concerns when we thought of AI a few years ago are not the concerns that are there now, and I'm sure not the concerns that will be in 5 years. And so how are we investing in responsible or ethical AI research, and how much investments can we push private actors to put into this? I think I'll stop at that, Joshua, in the interest of time.
Thank you for that. So finally, I'll go back to Nashilongo. So looking forward, how can Africa position itself as a leader in ethical AI governance globally, and what role does multi-stakeholder engagement play in achieving this vision?
Mm-hmm. Joshua, I think the first point that comes to my mind is we need to harmonize and define what is our priorities in terms of the values for the principles that shapes the development and deployment of AI in Africa. And those is that 15 principles that are set out in the AU AI strategies sort of okay, right? But to what extent is, for instance, private sector in sub-Saharan Africa considering many of those elements when they're deploying or when they are developing interinstitutional policies, for instance? So the other one is that I think the African values, such as the Ubuntu, and by the mere fact that it is not about just you, it's about the other person, could be central in advancing Africa as a leader in ethics. There was, I think, a conversation here, first panel this morning had a panelist who asked the key question on there's a need to decide on what we want to focus on, ethical applications or ethical people. I think that is very key for us to be considering. And I think finally, it's also that important for us to think and considering on deciding what is that our narrative as Africa, as Africans are in terms of the AI. There's a need to have more open rooms and ensure that all the voices are represented and that governance frameworks are shaped by all stakeholders. Yeah. Thanks.
All right, thanks for that, Nashilongo. So right now, we'll go into questions from the audience. If you have any questions, I think I'll take, because of time, I think I'll take 2. Let me take that one first. And Professor. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Thanks for a great panel and great interventions. I just wanted to hear your take on. We continue to see a number of instruments at the continental level as well as at the RECs, regional economic communities. Lots of policies, a lot of conventions, but we are not seeing really a lot of traction, either from the regional economic communities or even at the continental level. I wanted to hear your thoughts on really what is missing so that we don't go from one conference to another, but rather we see action. I think every quarter there are like 10 AI conferences on the continent, but we are not really seeing much happening on the ground. So curious to hear your takes on that. Thank you.
Who wants to? You can answer.
Thank you so much. So yes, indeed, we have a lot of these frameworks that have been developed and continue to be developed. And also as civil society organizations, we have this tendency of meeting together and discussing the same things together with the same people. I think we also need to be very innovative around our approaches as well as civil society, and how we can also make use of the wealth of knowledge that other stakeholders have, like the working together between civil society and academia. How can civil society actually make practical use of research that is conducted by the academia, but also how can we then bring that to practical use by policy makers? One big challenge that we face also, especially when it comes to issues of implementation, the duty bearer is the state, and we face a lot of challenges around that area because of lack of political will. Some of these instruments, the reason why they are adopted is to tick a particular, to tick a box, maybe to respond to a particular condition. I undertook a training or capacity building initiative in Lesotho last year or so. And just when we got to the session on data protection, when I was asking them about the data protection legislation, I can tell you that in that room I seemed to be the only one who knew that Lesotho has a data protection law. But this has been in existence since 2013. And it says they have to establish a data protection authority. If they don't know about the data protection legislation, they will not come up with a data protection authority. So there's a lack of political will, which we have as a problem on the continent. So hence I said previously that we'll continue decorating our policy frameworks with very nice pieces of legislation, but if there is no political will, there won't be traction.
The second question I'll take from the professor.
Merci, Monsieur le Modérateur. En fait, j'ai une question par rapport au cadre juridique.
Judicial framework.
Ma question, c'est par rapport au cadre juridique de l'intelligence artificielle. J'ai constaté
My question was on the legal frameworks. There is no law at the continental level. Even at the African Union, don't you think we should have a continental law on AI that could guide the countries to contextualize? I give the example about access to information. At the African Union, there is a law on access to information, and countries can use the law and contextualize it to their realities. There's also the WADA law that is at the continental level, but countries can use it and contextualize it. So don't you think that it's time to have a continental law in regards to the AI? It's for the panelists. Thank you.
Ashilongo, you can go first.
Okay, thanks. So maybe we don't have a law, but we recognize that the African Union have passed already last year the Continental Strategy on Artificial Intelligence. And I think that should give us some ideas on what to do at regional level. I think the question that the gentleman raised earlier on even just implementation at regional blocks that is lacking, or even that conversation lacking, is very legitimate. And it is even more so legitimate when we leaving the developers out of the conversations of understanding what these strategies are. Not just the developers, but also private sectors that is funding continuously these developers and taking up those applications and implementing them within their work. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to just add a point, and I think also buttress what Lengiwe talked about. Political will is one of the greatest impediments to some of these things, because of course, the strategies have no force of law. They are predominantly to guide how states would implement some of these things. And if you look at how many years we struggled to get the Malabo Convention operational, I think it took almost 10 years just to get, 15 signatures? And that is the AU Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection. So if one on personal data and cybersecurity took that long, how long do we anticipate we'd get signatures on an AI one? And that is because there's no political will. But part of that lack of political will is, politics responds to what citizenry demands. And so if this conversation is left at this cream level, this is the cream of the milk in this pot of AI. And so if it's left here and at the bottom of the pot, majority don't understand, then they can hardly make any demands. Because I'm sure majority of the people who have come to and I'm speaking from my office, our office side, lamenting about the decisions on the social health insurance, the university funding model, if they knew it was an AI issue and a data issue on how their data is captured within government systems that has led to a certain outcome or decision, then I think they would make it the business of their member of parliament to actually know about AI is affecting them in this way or that way. And so as much as we push for political will, we have to push the citizenry to that level of awareness that they're able to appreciate and understand some of these issues so that they also push for it as an issue that actually affects them. Because they'll speak about the, and from our experience has been largely around social economic rights. And people don't see actually how tech is affecting access to some of these social economic rights, because now we have healthcare and education on the chopping board. And so we need to get that person also aware.
All right, thank you, Victor. So I'm seeing the time has gone. So Victor, you can answer this one question from online. I've seen it's from Mustafa. And as you talk, you can also sum up, and also the rest of the panelists, you can give your closing remarks. So Mustafa asks, my concern on cross-border data sharing, how you determine the priority of what data you share? How do you address the issue?
That's I think it's a very top line question, but I think the issue around cross-border data sharing is about establishment of the rules and standards of what should be shared, in what context should it be shared, or basically the rules of adequacy of protection or safeguards in where you're transferring that data to. And the reason why it's a challenge here is because we don't have those standards. And so if it makes no sense for you to say your data is protected in Kenya because there's a strong data protection law, but a company domiciled in country X within the East African region has no data protection regime, and your data is still processed and managed, and perhaps even building an AI system from that side. So I think that's what I would say. In terms of a parting shot, I think my parting shot would be, of course, data is foundational to AI, and so we have to ensure that strong data governance systems and ecosystems exist so that we enable the AI ecosystem to also flourish. Thank you.
Shilongo.
I think my parting shot here is really that we produce researchers at least in the room, research that we are able to engage with all stakeholders in their decision making, but also really to engage with the startup communities and the developing communities in making sure that they kind of get aware, being aware of the values that we are propagating for in these rooms and beyond here. Thanks.
Thank you. Professor.
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais peut-être finir par...
So I would like to finish with an African proverb that says, the one who is in a hurry to eat hot things will burn their tongue, which means the data that we can obtain from any other source must be used with a lot of precision, but also with a lot of precaution to ensure that we are not harming anybody. The second thing is regards to the actions. We should not wait for the governments or the authorities because they have other priorities. But we need to implement, we need to go to the concrete side of what we're doing. We need to ensure that an institute in Senegal working on AI is doing research, and from that research we can converge the government and we can bring conversations to have more governance frameworks. We need to continue that dynamic. Thank you.
Ms. Dube?
For me, I would say that in addition to what I've already indicated, which I won't repeat, I would say there's a need on the continent to have national and regional observatory mechanisms that, some of them already exist, but in some instances we don't have them. So the reason why I'm saying we need this is so that we can have systematic tracking mechanisms around, policy implementation, identifying some of the ethical risks that we were mentioning, and also formulating practical recommendations, because we are navigating a terrain which is still new on the continent. So we need very robust monitoring mechanisms as we adopt it, as we embrace, these advanced technologies, including artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies. We also need that very robust monitoring around that, because on the continent we are at different stages, of using these technologies. So, but we need that kind of support mechanisms. These institutions that can go to Parliament and present facts and present recommendations and present relevant information or relevant data. But also, when you mentioned issues around data, that the lifeblood of AI is data. On the continent, we have a challenge of access to data. We need to address issues of access to data. And right now, the African Commission has adopted a resolution to recognize the need for access to data and promote access to data. So I think that's another movement alongside the conversation on AI that we need to promote access to data, but taking into consideration the ethical issues and human rights considerations that have already been alluded to.
Thank you for that. See time, Nashilongo?
Yes, Joshua.
Just briefly?
Just briefly. Yes, just something I remembered on the promotion of open data and open data policies within the African continent. We've been doing a lot of this work through the LRDI. I'm glad to see Leonida here, even though she's not the point contact person there on global open data frameworks, and making sure that our parliaments are also open to this, because open data can be just what is needed, the next oil for our local startup and developers, I think. Yes.
Thank you for that. I think now we'll close the session, and I hope you have gained insightful discussions. We'll continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, members of panel 3. I'd kindly like to ask us to get a photo. Yes, just center yourself on the stage. Yes, please, do smile. Do smile. A round of applause for panel 3, the afternoon panel. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have come to the end of day 1 of COSAA 2025. Thank you so much for being such an awesome participants, and I hope we have all enjoyed and gathered a thing or 2 or 3 or 4 or 10 from the conversations we have had today. At this point, I'd like to welcome Florence Ugonjo to give us a recap of the day and the closing remarks for today. Thank you.
I promise to keep my remarks very short. Also, thank you for all being here up until now. So throughout this entire day, in terms of looking at AI and where we are at in terms of governance, there's a few key thematic areas that have come up. First is a strategic focus on infrastructure and skills. I think the first panel session and this panel session have actually brought those out quite a bit in terms of advancing digital skills, in terms of ensuring that in as much as we have our national AI strategies and all the flagship projects and all the implementation plans, capacity building of digital skills needs to exist, as well as prioritizing local infrastructure. Something else that came out critically during the conversations from the keynote speeches to all the panel sessions is an ethical and contextual component of looking at AI governance. So developing adaptable regional specific regulatory frameworks has been something that has been noted to be essential to balance innovation rights protection, which include data sovereignty, as well as looking at it from an AI ethics perspective. From this last conversation, actually, some of those key elements also come out in terms of looking at how we are fragmented as a continent, in terms of coming up with our laws and policies, and what harmonization would actually look like. Also considering political priorities and government buy-in in terms of those elements. Something also that came up was an issue of data quality and representation. So we are now going to a phase where we are no longer as hyped about AI. We are now looking at it from a more data context. We are now investigating what the data actually looks like and what the data actually does. So high quality, diverse data, especially for African languages, is something that has been noted to be quite critical for preventing continuous biases and ensuring that the AI models that we actually create in Africa serve our communities effectively. Something key that we always do in CPIT is we define AI in Africa as AI built in Africa by Africans for Africans. So that's something that is key that needs to continuously come out throughout all the things that we are doing with respect to either development of AI or when we're looking at AI from a governance perspective. The next element is context of digital sovereignty, which touches also on infrastructure to a certain extent. We've had substantive conversations about cross-border data flows and how those impact how innovation looks like within a regional perspective. We also looked at it from the context of building the data centers that we currently have. So building of data centers and decentralizing digital infrastructure happens to be something that has been noted to be vital in sort of maintaining our control over our digital assets and fostering public trust in development of AI. Last but not least is inclusive development. So inclusive development is something that we'll also touch on tomorrow more substantively, but in scaling up capacity building and ensuring that there's universal connectivity and foundation, it is important to ensure that we are enabling an equitable access and participation of AI-driven opportunities. So far, those are the key elements that have come up throughout these discussions. I'm sure you'll continue having more of these discussions here and there. I will do my best to summarize these and put it in a nice document for you, so you can look at recaps for day one and be happy about that. So it also seems that I'm the one who is usually standing between you guys and something else. So there's a Menti poll that's supposed to come up just really quickly. So this is the time you can now get your gadgets. Most of you have been on your gadgets, so I know they're on your hands. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. There we go. I hope it's accessible to everyone. If you can, if I'm blocking you, use the side screens. Okay, thumbs up if once you've logged in. Also, there's more than 12, 14, 15 people in this room, so I'm hoping the numbers will continue going up. I like the woohoos. Thank you to whoever who said the woohoo. Mind blown. Thank you to that person whose mind has been blown. I do hope your head is still intact in as much as. That's a Gen Z person, for sure, for sure. I promise you that's a Gen Z person. It's interesting how much more active guys can be when we can't see who you are. It's very interesting. All right, so I will do what Cynthia did. Everyone who has logged in, say aye. Is that everyone? Okay, those who haven't, say nay. Okay, there are no nays, so I think we can move to that. So one key takeaway, or rather your biggest takeaway from today's discussions. Don't worry, you can still comment honestly. We can't see who you are, I promise. Okay, clearly you guys are writing paragraphs, okay? I'll take it though. Are we still, guys, are we still writing? Okay, clearly you've written paragraphs. Okay, there's somebody who says there's a need to move from conference to action. There's somebody who also noted that we do a lot of conferencing and not a lot of movement. Well, it depends. It depends on how you look at it, guys. It just depends. But also a challenge is, we keep on saying that we have more conferences as opposed to action. But we forget that in the room, we are the people who are supposed to actually action things. Because I believe each and every person seated here sits in a certain position of power where they can be able to make action happen. So that's also a challenge to us who are here. It's vanished. Okay. If it's vanished, we shall go through your takeaways tomorrow. Let me not stand between you and the beautiful dinner that we are hoping to have. So thank you all once again so much for participating on this day one. I'm seeing some of you, your eyes are just dying, but thank you. Thank you for holding strong and thank you for being here. I'll hand over to Cynthia to do a few announcements for the dinner and then we can proceed. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Florence. Now I'm the one standing in between your release. Just a few housekeeping announcements. We do have tea before dinner. For those who would fancy that, it's being served through the exit on my left. We've been asked to have the tea either at the garden, we've been set up there, or if outside is a bit chilly, this hall is available for us. And then after, we do have a dinner planned for us. We have a dress code. I tried to do a balance of the African and formal. The dress code is African, so you can go freshen up, and we hope to meet you all for dinner at 6 p.m. Come with all the questions that we weren't able to answer, and let's all engage. Thank you so much once again for making Day 1 COSAA 2025 a success. Thank you so much.